Paranormal M invites you to experience the unexplained like never before. Subscribe and hit the bell to stay connected to her haunting tales. Let's dive into the darkness together. Witnessed Santa Claus. I'm 38 now and still believe. I was in grade 5 and I went to Florida. Stayed in my grandparents' condo with my family of 6. So there was 8 of us. We were all together in the small condo. I didn't believe in Santa anymore at this point. Christmas night, my sister and I were sleeping in the same room. There were 2 single beds against each side of the room. I woke up to a clatter. I woke up in the middle of the night. I heard walking around the condo, but not in the living room, but going all around the hallways and everywhere. When he was walking, it was making a swooshing sound like a Santa suit would make. Swoosh, 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 swoosh up and down the halls. And then I would hear presents dropping, thud, swoosh, swoosh, thud, swoosh, swoosh, thud, all around the condo, as if there would be presents everywhere. I literally even heard him say, ho, 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 a few times. But it was in a low tone. Let me repeat that. Ho, ho, ho. Almost sounded like a robotic way, kind of. I was laying there listening to all this going on, and the swishing and the dropping of presents was getting closer to my room coming down the hall. Then it was in my room in between our beds, literally right next to me, standing there. I don't know if this guy is serious or not. Don't know if my producer is serious or not. My heart was beating so hard I was sure that he knew I was awake and could hear my heart beating. Everything inside of me said open your eyes and take a look at Santa, but I was honestly terrified beyond belief and couldn't even open my eyes in fear of what I'd see. Then it swooshed out of my room back down the hall, dropping presents. After that, I heard what sounded like reindeer outside and the sound of him flying away, like in the movies and the sound of bells. Chee, chee, chee. And off into the night. Kind of bells are those? In the morning, I told my sister what happened, and she was like, oh my God, I heard all of that too. There were no presents all around the house. It was just a small amount in the living room under the tree. Ever since, I've asked my parents and grandparents about this, and they think I'm crazy and have nothing to do with it. My grandfather died last year in an old age, and shortly before he died, I asked him again, and he said he knew nothing about it. Probably thought I was insane. Probably. Also, to this day, I can talk to my sister about it, and she's still sure that it happened. Can't explain it, but she keeps it to herself, unlike me. I need to know if you're serious. Pediatric hospice patients. In a 10-bed inpatient unit, seeing the same visitors which looked like alien greys. I was a pediatric hospice RN for a 10-bed inpatient unit. We cared for newborns to age 17 years old in this facility. We'd get many birth defects and move the parents in with the infants to support the families through the loss. We were always full with a waiting list to come in. None of our children lived over 2 weeks. Mostly in less than a week, as medicine would treat children up to the end usually. One thing that only hospice children saw that hospice adults never reported is I was a hospice RN for 17 years, and the children that could speak and were not altered by medications would see what we'd call a gray, like alien grays. But they'd have a pinhead versus the traditional fat head. I don't know if they were aliens, but from the description, that's what they would most look like. I assumed that they were short, skinny, pale spirits that visit dying children. Some of the children drew them for the staff. That's cool. We had one room with 3 beds in it divided by walls, so the children couldn't see each other, but the RN could see all 3 at the same time. We'd put our most complex children there so the nurse could watch all three. Sometimes 2 or more children in the room would see the beings and report what they were doing at the same time. Sometimes the children would repeat what the beings said. Sounded like single-syllable sounds. Most of the hospice children enjoyed seeing them and watching them, some interacting with them. Others were terrified of them and did their best to hide from them. I never saw them, and I've seen many spirits through my life, especially working hospice. At times, the children would repeat what they heard, and in that room, several of the children would repeat the same thing at the same time. Something was going on. There's a group of beings that seem to have visited some of our children over the 5 years we were open. We had 7 private rooms, and children in those rooms saw them too, so nothing they could have picked up from a roommate. Who knows what they were? People have ideas and make guesses, but who really knows? The facility closed after 5 years due to funding. The building's gone. I don't know if it was the location that drew the beings or if it was the children. I did an interview on Jeff Mara channel and talked about this. I repeated the sounds the beings said to the children on that episode. I don't think I'm allowed to link it in the sub. Please don't share my story on your platforms without my permission. David Parker, Phoenix, Arizona. I'm assuming my producer asked you permission. Hopefully. News Nation witness, overwhelmed with the love from encounter exactly how I was affected by Phoenix Light's UFO. Watching that man cry on the segment last night is exactly how I felt when the Phoenix Light UFO flew right over my head in 1997. I was on a hill. The craft was low. I could clearly see the bottom of the craft with the light of my headlights and nearby streetlight. Just after the craft flew over my head, it was followed by a colorful mist. At that point, I felt like something clicked in my head and I began crying till the craft was out of sight. Ever since then, I've become a better person. I give the other guy a break more. Happier, my friends and coworkers all notice the change. I sit in my house smiling for no reason. I let people cut in line, and I haven't talked my horn once in 28 years. Prior to this experience, I did have some road rage. What that man described is exactly how my life has changed. For the better 24 hours a day for over a quarter of a century. Most every time I speak of my sighting, I cry still, like happy tears and joy and gratitude. I still catch myself speaking out loud, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," to whoever it was inside that craft that night. I'd love to get to share my life-changing personality change of patience, love, gratitude, joy with that man. So grateful they included that in the segment. Of all the other witnesses to the Phoenix Lights I've spoken to, none have had a profound feeling of gratitude and love that I felt. Still a constant feeling 24/7 all those years. It's like my DNA changed in a second. Encounter in southern France. To start, I need to describe the location this happened in southern France. I was looking for a place to invest in with a friend. We had checked out all the available buildings in the small town that we wanted to buy in. And the real estate agent told us about a building that wasn't officially on the market, but the owners wanted to sell, and it was within our budget. What he took us to see was an abandoned building that had been the town's medical center for the last 50 years. We walked around it, and I took a walkthrough video as I always do when viewing houses, so that we can go back over the video and see anything that we missed while there. It was built in the 1950s. The building was 400 square meters, and it was all on one level. All in all, there were 23 rooms, 3 waiting rooms, 5 doctor's offices that each had a sink and an operating room. X-ray room, multiple storage rooms, shower room, and a section for staff quarters with a bathroom, a bedroom, and a kitchen. These were all joined by a long corridor that was 2 meters wide, at least 30 meters long, wide enough to wheel a gurney down and out the back doors to load into an ambulance. The place was an estate, had been abandoned for 5 years after all the doctors moved into another, went to a more modern building. During these 5 years, it was broken into and squatted in. There was graffiti over the walls, sinks, and they had all been trashed. Back door into the walled-in garden had been completely trashed. A piece of plywood replaced it. There was no electricity, and there were multiple rooms that had no windows in the center of the building, so I had to view these with a torch. There's a lot of equipment left, like cabinets with leftover medical equipment and unused bandages and swabs. There was something about that place. It drew me in, and I fell in love. Long story short, we bought the place with the intention of renovating it. Selling the last house we had was difficult, as the buyer was being a pain. We made it so that way we could only close the 2 houses in the same day. We had to be out of one house and into the other on the same day. The real estate agent negotiated with the doctors to give us 1 day to access the medical center in order to clean it before we moved in. That way we can imagine how stressful that all was, and basically we moved into the medical center as it was, an abandoned, graffitied, dirty building. Kind of cool. I made my bedroom in one of the 25-meter square doctor's offices. The operating room had a sink, so it became the kitchen. Yeah, I know. I think they only did minor things, like setting bones there. Either way, the operating lamp that hung from the ceiling made a good light. I picked one that we had and had like a public toilet as mine, and my friend picked the other. The lounge was made in one of the waiting rooms, and a massive shelf-lined room that had been storage was made into a tool room. It was an adventure. I had always wanted to explore an abandoned building. Just didn't think I'd end up moving into one as is. From the start, things were odd. I'm empathic. At least that's the only word I found that best fits what I've been going through all my life. I used to think it was like clair or sentient, but that word didn't quite fit. It's not something I'm really proud of or enjoy, and in fact I can see where it's made my life very difficult many times. But this building, something in there seemed to somewhat possess me, for want of a better way to put it. For a start, walking through the building reminded me of places I had worked, but it felt warm and happy. Kept getting flashes of the place buzzing with activity, but it was from a staff point of view, not a patient. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. But here's the weirdest thing. Every night I would take my dog and walk around the building, closing up the rooms and checking each one. Now you would think that I would be scared walking around a huge abandoned building. I usually would be petrified, but I walked that building in complete darkness sometimes because I just wasn't afraid. Every room was like a friend. I'd hear things move and doors open and close. I would hear whispers, often a touch, but I never, ever felt afraid there. On the contrary, one time there was unrest and nearby riots, and we were concerned about the possibility of the rioting in the street and somebody breaking in. I refused to leave the building. I was determined that I would defend it with my life. That's how attached I felt to it. I felt like I would have been forcibly carried out of that building if I ever had to leave it. Often, people would stop by and tell us how much they loved the place. It had been their town's medical center for 50 years. Everybody had a tale to tell about it. One woman told me how she had worked there and how much she had loved working there. That building was beloved by the townspeople. One night I was asleep in my bedroom, the old doctor's office. It was 2 a.m. in the morning, and I was awoken to the sound of footsteps coming up the corridor. They stopped outside my bedroom. The door slowly pushed open, like someone was trying not to wake me. I had left a small light on so I could see clearly as the door opened halfway. Because my bed was situated behind the door, I couldn't see who was there. The door was held open for a short period and then slowly and gently closed. The footsteps then continued on back down the corridor. Curious as to what my friend wanted, and if there was something wrong, I got out of bed and opened the door and looked into the corridor. It was completely dark and there was no one there. In fact, the lights in that corridor could only be turned on by the main switch that was located many rooms away. I looked at the door next to my bedroom door where my friend slept. It was closed. I didn't feel scared and, like I said, never did in that house. The next day I asked my friend if she had been up and walking around the house at night. She said that she had slept all night. To me, the whole thing was like somebody had walked up to the door trying not to wake anyone, looked into the room, then quietly left. It didn't feel bad, and there's no way that an intruder like a dog would ignore it all, so she was a great guard dog. I lived just over 2 years. In the end, we were forced to sell the house due to the pandemic stopping work, and we ran out of money. My friend moved on to another house that we'd purchased to start work there. Stayed in the medical center for 4 months completely on my own. By that time, I had done a lot of painting, fixed up a proper kitchen, and replaced the boarded-up hole that led to the back garden with a new door. I hate painting and wallpaper stripping, by the way. I like it. I was driven in this house. Seemed to have an endless energy and such love for the place that I just wanted to see it look its best. It was weird. So I stayed there and guarded the building on my own, with just my dog for 4 months. While it sold, at least. Every morning and night I would patrol the house to ensure everything was okay. It ended up being sold to the government. They've turned it into offices. I was absolutely heartbroken, really devastated. I cried so much on that last day it was theirs I couldn't bear to leave. I had no choice. I believe that I was picking up on a female staff member, or she possessed me to some extent. She loved that place so much that she stayed after death to continue working where she loved to be. I could feel what she was feeling. I often saw her moving about out in the corner of my eye as she moved from room to room. Sometimes I would hear humming in my ear. I'd think that she liked me and loved showing me her domain in the place that she and the townspeople loved so much. Oh, and by the way, I would never ever walk around another abandoned building alone in the dark like that, and I've been in quite a few since then. We looked for new potential investments. Some houses I just want to run the hell out of, but I'd never stand in the dark alone in any other building. I've seen my dead cat twice after his death. Okay, so on my 7th birthday, my cat Trey died. He all of a sudden became sick and he couldn't survive. Trey had very distinctive features. He had 3 legs and lost one on an injury. He had a brown and black spot near his stomach. His meow was very recognizable. Once you live with a cat, you know their meows like the back of your hand. Anyway, right after he died, probably about a month after, I was at school. It was rainy out, so we did inside recess, and these kids were screaming and throwing stuff and doing things you'd expect second graders to do when you give them toys. But out of nowhere, I heard this meow, and it was very loud. I'd be surprised if nobody heard it. The sound of the meow came from outside in the hallways. I poked my head out, and there's nothing out there. The meow sounded so much like Trey's, yet he's been dead for about a month before that happened. And why did nobody else hear the meow? This is the second time, and this is more recent. This is on October of 2024. Went on a trip to Canada for the weekend. Went to Niagara Falls. After everything is done, Niagara Falls and the tour, we go back to our hotel room. Now I walk over by the bed and something happened. It's hard to explain. So you know when people see this glare of light in the corner of their eye? Well, it's nothing too crazy, but for some reason this is the shape of Trey. And not only is it that, it is also moving. Walking out from under my bed to walking backwards to going behind the bed. I don't know how to thoroughly explain. So that's the easiest way to explain it. Thoughts? Christmas encounter. None of us are exactly sure what happened yesterday. Everyone was equally freaked out. Me and my husband were hosting a little Friendsmas Christmas dinner, as most of our friends don't really have any family around the area where we are. My cousin and her fiancé came over earlier to cook and prep the house. Past few days, me and my husband have been hearing footsteps in our home. No kids, just us. A couple of nights ago, we woke up at 3:30 a.m.-ish to the sound of footsteps leaving the spare room upstairs, walking into our bedroom, in which the footsteps stopped once it seemed to reach my side of the bed. We've been ignoring that, but I'm not sure if I can ignore everything else that happened. Me, my cousin, and her fiancé were downstairs in the kitchen. We hear a faint step, and then we see what looks like the back of my husband's figure go upstairs. Looked like the same hoodie he had been wearing, plus his jeans and boots. Only the back of his head and such were seen. At this point, my husband was supposed to take the trash out. We were hearing footsteps upstairs, so my cousin goes upstairs to get him. She comes downstairs, utterly confused. He wasn't upstairs. We find him in the downstairs bathroom where he'd been the whole time, and he heard the footsteps too. We have absolutely no clue what it could have been, or why it mimicked him right down to his outfit options. We've had odd things happen before, such as my own old Raggedy Ann doll that's apparently named Beverly, and I've had a paranormal investigation team in my old house, blah blah blah. But never have I ever seen anything happen like that. Does anybody have a clue what it could have been? +10 years ago, I had 2 paranormal experiences. 25-year-old male. Throughout my early teen years, my family had me do some time at various quote-unquote therapeutic boarding schools. They were anything but that's a topic for another day. One of the schools I went to was located in Utah. While I was there, I went to the Zion National Park. My group of about 14, including staff, found what seems to me just like a little pile of bones while we were exploring some of the area near the campsite. The staff told us not to fuck with them as they may have disease or be contaminated. I thought that we all had listened, but we finished our trip having done some pretty touristy stuff, but also camping out and roughing it. We did the hike to Delicate Arch. We also did some rappelling and stuff like that. It was a lot of fun. Eventually it came time to leave, and we dropped in Zion, the town, to fill up on an old 90s-style Ford van that we drove there. Name of Telos, if you want to look it up. Apparently that's the name of the facility. While we were filling up the van, a man walked up to us, his face solemn and serious. I forget what he had said his name was, but I remember he said he was from the southern Paiute people. Paiute. Hopefully one of those. It's the native people to that area. Before stuff got much further, the staff pulled him to the side about a minute later, and he came and asked if any of us had taken the bones he had told us not to touch. Immediately, 2 of my friends piped up, which wasn't normal for that place. Normally, nobody took accountability for shit, so I knew that they were shook like I was. The staff's face went from a look of discomfort, we were all wondering how that guy knew we were around those bones, to a look of actual fear. I swear nobody was around us when we were mucking around and happened upon that little altar. The staff returned the bones. We made the roughly 3-hour drive back to the school. My second experience happened just days later. I don't think that that's a coincidence. The same group of guys, a few less, they were down in the theater room watching a movie. I started to get tired and walked upstairs. While on my way, I started to feel like somebody was watching me. Just eerie. There were dorms all around me, so there were people I could hear them. I just felt like I had eyes on me. I tried to sack up and just keep walking, but eventually I took off. I fell asleep pretty quickly, and I woke to a sharp, raspy voice telling me to say something. I could hear it in my head. It was teasing me because it was holding me down. I couldn't move a muscle. It was not sleep paralysis. There was a figure at the foot of the bed. It looked exactly like a rake. It was peeking its head up at me. It felt like an eternity, but eventually I was able to move, and I rolled out of bed and flew past my roommates out into the common room. People sympathized, but I felt as if they weren't really grasping the magnitude of what had just happened. I was 14 years old for both of these. This is the first time I've told what happened to anyone who wasn't there, save a couple of girlfriends. Are these normal coincidences? I've had some odd coincidences happen to me lately. I'm starting to feel like I'm going gaga. So I'm asking for some context, explanation, or something to help me. Maybe they're just coincidences, but they're starting to make me take notice and question things. My dad died in August. As he was transitioning, we played his 3 favorite songs in a loop. One of these songs was Take 5 from Dave Brubeck. I loved that song, which I always understood to be my dad's all-time favorite. Mine too. And this will come up later in the story. 15 days after my dad died, I was in the mountains at our condo in a private community. I was on a golf course, or rather, that community had a golf course and a small development with 64 units that are half populated. It's not really near a busy road, and it's not near town. It's very quiet, and the average age is 72. No kids are around. It's 3:30 a.m., and I'm awake in bed thinking of my dad, and the doorbell rings. No one was there. I looked out the window over the driveway immediately, and no one was there. My husband ran to check the door, and no one was there either. The next a.m., we rang the bell just to make sure it was the same sound, and it was. 2 months later, my mom died. The day after my mom's funeral, I went back to the cemetery to visit my parents, and I was asking, hoping to whomever that they were together. When I left the cemetery, I didn't want to leave, and I felt this pull to leave. It was a head struggle for me, as I didn't want to go, but I felt I had to do it. I reluctantly went to my car, and the radio came back on as it was just ending one song, but I changed the station and had a feeling I needed to change it back. I did, and Take 5 from Dave Brubeck came back on again. My birthday was earlier in December. My husband was taking me into the city to celebrate. I wasn't in the mood to go, and since the weather was pouring rain, I wasn't going to get dressed up, so I decided to wear my rain boots, which I do rarely wear. They kind of hurt my feet. But I was determined to wear those boots and the special socks that go with them. Couldn't find the socks, and after searching the house with no luck, I decided to look in the top shelf of my closet. My mood was darkening as I didn't want to go out and was missing my parents on my first birthday without them. I never used the top shelf of my closet. I can't really reach it. I used a step stool and found a bag, and in the bag was a card and an envelope. It was mailed to me. It was from my parents 6 years earlier. I opened it up, and it was a birthday card. Last week, I went to visit my parents. I thought to myself, a nice message from my parents would be if my favorite Xmas song came on the radio as I was driving out of the cemetery. As I was driving into the cemetery, that song came on the radio. On Christmas Eve, 4 things happened. 1, I had an emotional moment as I was missing my parents, and I thought, I wonder if my favorite Christmas song will come on the radio again. Less than a minute later, it came on the radio. Secondly, I knew my brother would be at my parents' gravesite. Without speaking with my brothers, we haven't really since my mom's funeral. But I knew he would be there, and if I wanted to see him, I needed to leave at a certain time. My husband decides to drive me as it was snowing out. Didn't want me driving while being emotional, so we got a later start. When we arrived at the cemetery, we just missed my brother, and we know that because his footprints hadn't gathered any snow in them, and the wreath he placed didn't have any snowflakes on it. On the way to the cemetery, I was looking to the woods and thought, I wonder how often deer are roaming in there, and where do they go? Less than 20 seconds later, I turned off the road, and there were 3 deer sitting under a tree. 4. When we got home, I asked my husband to drop me off at the bottom of the driveway. I'd check the mail, walk up to the house. We live on a hill. I missed that. As I was getting out of the car, a voice in my head was fleeing, but it said, ask him to wait to drive me up after I check the mail. I ignored the voice and kept walking. As I walked up the hill, I slipped on the only patch of black ice on my driveway and really hurt my knee and hands. Are these things just coincidences, or am I losing it? Is this normal? I'm with you on everything, but only halfway with you on the deer, but with you on everything. Haunted house in New Mexico. Okay, so this happened when I was around 13 or so. My family moved out of our family home and went to Clovis, New Mexico. I don't live there anymore, and I'm fine with sharing it. Right off the bat, this house was a creep show. It was a small white adobe house with like these big 3 in front of an old, some sort of a big letter 3 in the front. It had an old locked shed in the back with some grass and whatnot. The first night I was there, my parents went out to go do something, leaving me and my 2 brothers in the house alone. The boys were asleep, and I was on my phone watching videos on a makeshift bed that we had, due to it being our first day in the house. Anyways, as I was laying there, I heard the front door open and close. I assumed my parents were home. I got up and walked to the living room, but I saw nobody. I thought it was just me, and I started to go back to my room when I heard the back door open. The door with this glass sliding door. So it was easy to hear when it shifted or opened. When I went to investigate, I saw this cat-like thing. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it was like a guy in a cat mask that goes over your head like a rubber one. Of course, I freaked out, but it was like I couldn't move, like I was frozen or something. This thing looked at me and opened the shed, and the locked shed, by the way. Just pulled it open, walked in. Then I blinked, and I was just awake in my makeshift bed and forgot what happened. When I was getting ready for school that morning, I looked outside through the glass sliding doors. The shed was open. Yeah, I had a lot more experiences in this house. I think I have pictures in my old phone. I'll have to see. Alright, if anybody wants to ask questions, feel free. Mom said I was killed on a train. Let me start off by saying, in my whole 24 years of life, I have never been on a train. Roller coasters, most definitely, but an actual train, no fucking way. From the time I was little, when my grandma and mom would take me to Six Flags, that's in St. Louis in the summers, I was beyond exhausted by the time I got there, simply from sleeplessness nights and tossing and turning from pure excitement of what I got to do the next day. I always did what every kid between ages of 7 and 12 do. Had a blast at the park. Then I was asleep as soon as I hopped in the backseat of the truck and we left, not to wake up until we pulled into the driveway. Anyways, I was never scared of roller coasters, not even the ones with a loop. I was always the one leading, or whoever really was with us going down that long path in the line that you'd have to go through to get up to the ride. one by one and coaster after coaster. I always knew that usually about halfway through her visit, I'd be too chicken shit for a certain ride that still to this day I've never had the balls to get on. The goddamn train that takes you around the park. That's right, the fucking choo-choo train. Why? Can't really tell you for the life of me a single reason or even possibility as to why the hell I'm so terrified of trains. Now, fast forward around a decade to the time that I'm 20. I live in a small town in the southeast Missouri. My mom lives in the house right next door. Every so often, I'd go next door and watch TV with her and my babysitter if I got bored. She also finally came to terms with the fact that I smoke weed, and when my sister's visiting my grandparents across town, I'll sometimes go share a blunt with my mom. But this time in particular, it was all three of us. I'm laying on the couch, my sister's at her princess table in the corner playing with something, and my mom just came into the kitchen from the plates of taco salad that she just whipped up for us. She sits down, and I randomly had it on that show, I Used to Be Alive. If that's not the name of it, I apologize, but please correct me if you do. About 15 minutes into it after she sits down, she said this. This reminds me of what you told me when you were about 3 years old. Thinking that she was talking to my sister, I turned my head from the TV and she was looking at me. I said, huh? She then went on to tell me that when I was 3 years old, I randomly started talking about my other family. Apparently, from what she told me, my two sisters, my mom, aunt, and her cat, we were all headed somewhere and were killed after a train crashed. At first, I was like, just laughing and thought it was hilarious, thinking that she was fucking with me. But then she swore to God that I randomly said that when I was 3 years old, and in that moment, just something made sense that I've never had in my life ever been finding reason for. My fear of trains. Can someone help me with this? Could she be serious? I'll be 25 this year and still think about this pretty often. It freaks me out. Recorder playing in the middle of the night. For a little context, this happened when I was quite young, around 9 or 10. I remember it so vividly because it was the strangest and really only paranormal thing that ever happened. So in elementary school, we had to learn how to play the recorder. My mother hated that. I would leave my recorder on my dresser across from my bed. On this dresser, I kept my radio too. Excuse me. I would listen to my radio every night without fail. I had it set on a timer, so it would turn off around an hour later. One night, I'm laying in bed and I wake up to hear my recorder playing. It didn't last that long, maybe a few seconds. My radio was also playing, but it was very early in the morning, so I assumed that it would have turned off by now. I remember being scared as hell, like trembling in fear. The recorder stops playing and the music on the radio continues. In the morning when I woke up, I searched the lyrics to the song I had heard in the night, and I see if there was a flute in that song, and there wasn't. Never brought that recorder home ever again. I really don't think this was a dream, as I've had some very vivid dreams in my life, and they never compared to this experience. Also, the house wasn't haunted, at least I don't think so. This was a new house, and we were the first people to live in that house. I do remember being super scared in that house at times, though, just absolute dread, especially when I was alone. Sometimes the fear would be so strong that I would stand with my back against the wall and I wouldn't be able to move until I managed to scrounge up enough courage. I would love to hear anyone's thoughts on this. Seeking expert opinion on what happened to me. A few days ago, my grandmother passed away. After the funeral, I went to her house to spend time with my grandfather, who was understandably heartbroken. While we were talking, something strange happened. The The chandelier in the room started flickering erratically for about 10 minutes. In that moment, I instinctively felt it was her, perhaps in the midst of transitioning between this 3D existence and another plane. I decided to sit in her favorite chair, close my eyes, and focus inwardly. As I did this, I felt an intense chill and a shiver running through my entire body. The exact same sensation I sometimes feel during deep gateway sessions, a feeling I know others have reported experiencing as well. In my mind, I repeated a simple phrase. "Grandma, don't worry, we're all fine here. I'll help Grandpa get through this. You can go now. You don't need to stay here." Almost immediately after repeating this message, the flickering stopped and the light returned to normal. It hasn't flickered since. This experience made me wonder, like, have years of practicing gateway techniques unknowingly given me abilities or sensitivities that I'm only now beginning to discover? Could this be a kind of heightened awareness or connection to other planes of existence? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Anyone else experience something similar? Where gateways or other practices seem to amplify your ability to perceive or interact with subtle energies? For me, this is more than just a coincidence. It felt deeply meaningful. Still processing what it could mean, but I'm grateful for the tools and understanding these techniques have provided me, even in moments as profound as this one. Looking forward to your insights and experiences. Living in a haunted house with a dark past. I've been living in this house for a while. Seemed pretty normal at first, but over time things started to get really strange. Started with sudden loud noises like banging on the walls or furniture being moved around. I thought it was just the house settling, but then the real weirdness began. Crying. Started hearing the sound of someone crying at night, soft at first, then louder as time went on. Sounds like a woman in pain. Comes from somewhere inside the house. I can't pinpoint where it's coming from, but it's unmistakable. I've tried to ignore it, but the more it happens, the harder it is to pretend it's nothing. I then found out something that makes this even worse. Apparently, back in 2021, something horrific happened right here in this house. A group of 7 men allegedly assaulted a woman so brutally that she didn't survive. Worst part, the case was supposedly covered up by corrupt police officers and justice was never served. Bastards. Since I heard this, I can't stop thinking about her. Could it be her spirit trapped here, crying out for justice? I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but the things happening in this house feel too real to ignore. I'm scared and I feel helpless. I've been trying to rationalize it, but it's hard when you hear somebody crying in the middle of the night. No one else is around, and I don't know if I'm imagining things or if there's something truly supernatural going on. Has anyone experienced something similar? And do you think there's a way to help or maybe make this stop? I'm not sure where else to turn. I'd appreciate any thoughts or any advice. The Slender Man in northern Alabama. When I was a child, my mother took care of my grandparents. We lived in the basement. At one point, my cousin lived there too. We always had a creepy feeling that something was down there watching us. The usual stuff, cats staring at places they normally don't, and drapes moving with no air. Just a general sense of unease. Now, for the longest time, we assumed perhaps it was my great-grandma bound to her furniture below. But once her grandparents moved and my mom moved upstairs, that's when we started having doubts that it was something benevolent. Or at the very least, my Nana's ghost wasn't alone. She started having nightmares of 3 faceless men yelling at her, verbally abusing her, telling her what a failure and how damned she was. I think as a child, not knowing any better, I talked to it and bonded to it or something, strange, chilling familiarity if nothing else. Well, my mom meets her current husband at this time. A good man with a sixth sense, if you believe in that stuff. That was as well as my stepsister. At this time, my mom had told no one about these nightmares. First night my stepsister's there, and she's young at the time, she points out to the window and says there's a faceless man in the window. We move out within a week. Apparently, as my mom's getting the last stuff, multiple doors start slamming. I thought it was just one in the basement door until this Christmas. We eventually move out of state, but something was still attached to me. I'm not sure if it was the same thing, because it seems like the thing is bound to that house. I told a friend of my experiences and how the literal day before something pushed real hard on my chest. Turns out she practiced Wiccan and performed a lot of removal spells. I'd never felt that freed before, like it was gone. About a decade goes by, and by then Slender Man had become a household name for horror. I showed it to my mom and she went pale. It was him, the faceless one. Now for 7 years since showing her that picture, I've befriended another Wiccan or two. One of them has had a pendulum that could answer yes or no. Eventually, a line of questioning led to that thing. It remembers us all. It wants us to come back. My mom and stepdad moved back to the area, and every time my mom passed the road, she has to go fight going down there. Present day. I come to the region, past the street to the house, and also felt compelled to go down there, but I didn't really do anything. Now for Christmas, I'm here about 30 minutes from the house, but I had nightmares last night. I think they were of it. My stepdad has a dream catcher blessed by a native shaman to keep some ghosts off the property. But it feels like I'm close enough where it's trying to get back. Can't get through the dream catcher, I think, and I'm terrified after all these years and just trying to latch back onto me. Over the years, I've had a few paranormal encounters. I think even a trickster ancestor in my mom's side's grandparents trying to guide me. But this, I don't know if it's my own fear or anger from the way the world is that's just attracting it. Maybe it's all in my head, but since this morning I can't shake the feeling it's trying to bind itself to me again. Like the second I leave this property, it's just waiting at the edge to make a Hail Mary attempt to bond as I leave the state. And I'm terrified. Grandma's little reminders since she passed. My grandma was a retired school teacher. She was always incredibly involved and interested in her kids and her grandkids and her great-grandkids. Dementia and old age took her away, but not before meeting my son. Even at 90 years old, she insisted on sitting on the floor to play with him. She also remembered his name at every visit and knew that I was his mother. When she passed, I just experienced a miscarriage and caught COVID. Couldn't attend her funeral. I was making her famous chicken noodle soup. While it was simmering on the gas stove top, I heard the burner start clicking as if igniting. After getting up and jiggling the knobs, it stopped. When I sat down, it happened again, but a different burner. This happened 4 times until it finally stopped clicking. I even got the last one on video. The stovetop hasn't done the weird clicking ever since, and I'm convinced it was Grandma saying goodbye. 1 month after her death, I was pregnant again. Then, when staying the night at her house, my parents moved in. My son said, Grandma S and L, the name we consider for the baby, were walking down the street holding hands. I never told them the name we were thinking for the baby. It's like she was approving the name from beyond. Now my baby girl Al is 6 months old. She'll look at the old chalkboard that was in my grandma's playroom and laugh occasionally. I feel her presence in my darkest parenting moments in the middle of the night. I'm not a religious person, and I'm very skeptical of most things paranormal. But this many coincidences is more than just my own mind wanting it to be. Maybe it's my daughter's energy. I'll start by saying that I'm a skeptic, but my husband was raised in a witch museum and celebrated Wiccan events. Witch museum? I've had more unexplained experiences in the 12 years that we've been together. We have a son, 4 years old, and a daughter, 18 months. They both have done odd things as babies, but it seems to be increasing with my daughter. When my grandmother passed away, my parents moved into the house where she died. I always felt close with this grandmother. I became pregnant the month of her passing. She always wanted a daughter, but had 3 sons. So when I was having a girl, it felt extra special. While pregnant, my then 3-year-old son said he had a dream that Grandma was holding baby Sissy and showing her the boats. We were staying at their lake house. He even said her name that we were considering. My daughter always smiled at the old chalkboard that we inherited from my grandma. It's in her room. When she started crawling, there would be times where she would laugh and reach out to nothing, then crawl toward it. Now, multiple events have happened at the lake house where my grandma passed. My daughter never sleeps through the night here, really. She typically wakes up giggling and babbling. Last night, playfully roaring at nothing. I was alone in the house, putting her down to nap, and I heard footsteps in the hallway. Thought my brother returned, but nope, I was alone. Then when I went downstairs and checked her monitor, I saw the closet door was opened in her room. The room had thick carpet. Those old doors aren't easy to open. It has old decorations in there, so it's not something we would have kept open by mistake. My husband has had very, very vivid dreams of past loved ones interacting with their daughter. That's whenever we would stay the night in that lake house. I thought it could just be the house. We know the history, and maybe our minds are playing tricks, but now I'm realizing that it seems to all evolve and occur with my daughter. Is this something that she might outgrow? What are the chances she's more connected to otherworldly things? Is this a common occurrence with babies or children? When should I be concerned? You'll know when. I thought it was my cat, but it wasn't. This happened a few nights ago. Just found it kind of hilarious. I was up late studying, finally went to bed at around 1 a.m. I was absolutely exhausted. For context, I have a cat who always wakes me up in the morning. Like clockwork, he would hop on through my window, pokes me awake before my alarm even goes off. That night I was dead asleep. That's when I felt something near my face, like a snout or a muzzle. Half asleep, my brain immediately went, "Oh, it's my cat. Must be morning already." When I opened my eyes, it was still pitch black outside, definitely not morning. And it wasn't my cat. Can't explain how, but I saw, and more than that, I felt the presence of this big dog or hound standing right next to me, its face really close to mine. I should have been scared, but I couldn't give 2 shits. I just thought, oh, it's not my cat. Then I rolled over and just went back to sleep, because getting good sleep was more important than being scared. When I woke up in the morning, the memory of it hit me. I thought my reaction was very odd. Normally I get scared quite easily. I don't even own a dog. No idea what it was, maybe a shadow, some kind of spirit, or just my tired brain playing a trick on me. But whatever it was, I completely ignored it because it was just me being too tired to care. The hibiscus on the stairs. A few years ago, something strange happened that I still can't quite explain. My house has a dark stairwell. It leads to the terrace. It's a rarely used path. It's covered with sheets, spider webs, and an eerie sort of darkness. It wasn't a place I visited very often. One day, I'm making my way to the terrace. I found a single hibiscus flower laying on one of the stairs. It was odd, considering we don't have a hibiscus tree in or near our house. The nearest one belongs to a neighbor, but they live quite far from the staircase. To make it even stranger, the staircase is covered with sheets with no gaps for anything to enter. I picked it up and thought nothing of it. But the next day, there it was again, another hibiscus flower on the stairs. It kept happening for a few days, and always just one flower on the same few stairs until it suddenly stopped. It's quite mysterious. Couldn't have been the wind, or the flower seemed too large for insects to carry. My only logical guess is rats. I was gonna say put it in tea, but never mind. I use the staircase often now as I'm building a greenhouse on the terrace. Full of flowers now, but still no hibiscus though. Sometimes when I'm walking up the stairs, I catch myself looking around for that singular hibiscus flower. It was probably rats, but maybe, just maybe, it could have been a gift from something unknown. My childhood home has a ghost who resembles the Hat Man. So, we moved around a lot when I was a kid. The first time there was any sort of ghost or Hat Man figure mentioned around me, I was only a few months old. We were in a women and children's refuge. My older brother and I shared a room while my mom had her own. One night, my brother goes into my mom's room and wakes her up crying and yelling, "Bad man, bad man," thinking it was my dad, which it was kind of unlikely as he didn't actually want me. My mom goes into the room, she sees the window open and me on the floor beside it. I was too young to be able to leave my cot, and my brother couldn't have been able to reach me at his age either. It's important to note that we were in the refuge because my dad was abusive to my mother, not because he had any interest in trying to take us away from her. Later on, we moved twice more. The second time, we stayed in this house for 5+ years. After a few years, I begin to feel this presence watching me. It's usually in the hallway leading to the kitchen or in the kitchen directly. I'll be washing dishes and I'll hear footsteps behind me, but when I turn around, there's no one there. I listen, and we have wooden floors, and it's very easy to tell where the footsteps are behind you based on the creaking. They sound like somebody has just walked into the kitchen, but then there's no one there. I've felt breathing down my neck. There's always especially been the sense of watching, and for a reason I can't explain, I feel as though it's not malevolent. I never felt very afraid by it. Feels like this entity is just watching to make sure the house is running well and things are getting done. I've never seen a ghost or anything with my own eyes, but when I think of this ghost, a certain image always comes to mind. Can't imagine him in any other way. He's tall and mostly made of shadow, but he's also wearing a hat like a fedora. One day I was talking to my mom about it, wondering if she'd seen or felt anything. She said yeah, actually. She'd been having dreams sometimes of a man who was tall and said he was wearing a hat. She goes, yeah, like a fedora? That was freaky. But yeah, recently I saw online about people seeing the Hat Man during sleep paralysis and stuff. I've never had that, and also I don't have schizophrenia or anything either. I know some people might chalk it up to trauma, but I know my trauma responses by now. And my mom knowing exactly what this ghost thing looked like was weird. I've seen a few psychs over the years, and I've had no experiences with hallucinations. I spun around and they were gone. When I was a kid, we used to visit family in another part of town. I knew all the kids around, so we would often go on my own for the afternoon. On my way back from visiting a friend, I took a shortcut. It led through a wooded area where there was an old cemetery. I looked at the old stones, most of them unreadable, as I walked past. I continued on the path and came to the stream with the wide bridge. My sneakers made a stomping sound on the old boards. It was about halfway, and I saw a funeral party approaching. The sun was close to setting, and it was in my eyes, but the group were all dressed in black, and Several men at the front were carrying a small coffin. I turned around and clomped back to the other side. Took off my cap, turned down my eyes in respect. But all the while, a small part of my mind was trying to get my attention. They walked past without a word. When they were past, I clomped up the bridge again, and that's when I started thinking clearly. I'd just walked past the cemetery, and there was no one there with no grave prepared. The cemetery wasn't used in a long time. Then I realized something else. They hadn't made any sound as they crossed the bridge. Spun around, and they're gone. I felt like I was being watched. So this happened just a few days ago. I was the only one at home, just me and our 2 cats. My wife was going to be out late because she was going to a live performance with a friend. Not something I was interested in. We had a friend who was renting a room, but he just moved out. I was getting a weird feeling all evening. Kept expecting somebody to walk out of a room or jump up to surprise me. I knew no one was there. I was thinking I was just reacting to her friend not being there. The cats were fine. I've always felt like they would sense if something weird was happening, but nothing from them. It came to a head when I was in the kitchen making a late evening snack, and I caught motion out of the corner of my eye. Yeah, that's a bird. I was so startled I spun around, but nothing was there. My heart was hammering and I yelled out, "Enough! Go away!" Whether that actually worked or just made me snap out of it, I don't really know. But the weird feeling stopped. I was asleep when my wife got home, but in the morning she seemed sad. I asked her what was wrong, and she said that she'd gotten a call yesterday that an old friend of hers had passed away suddenly. The friend had visited her house several times. Turns out she passed away a little bit before I started getting weirded out. I didn't mention my wife about what I'd felt, and there's been nothing weird since. Should I tell her? Yeah, part 2. So I brought it up with her at breakfast. She wasn't surprised, and the day after I'd felt as if she did too. I wasn't home, and she felt like someone was there with her, just like in the next room feeling. She wondered at the time if it was her old friend and said out loud how much she'd miss her and goodbye. The feeling stayed for a while longer, but my wife never felt weirded out, just comfortable. She hasn't felt it in a couple of days since. She didn't tell me about it because she wasn't sure if it was just her own head, but now we're not so sure about that. Funeral's today. It's a long drive, but we decided to go. Part 3. As I mentioned, we went to the funeral. On the way, we talked about her old friend and things they did together and her group of friends growing up. She had so many stories. We agreed not to mention what had happened, what we had experienced. We both expected that at least one of her friends would say that they had felt her presence since her death, and we weren't wrong. Almost as soon as we got there, people were asking my wife if she had been visited. Everyone had a story of feeling her presence the past few days. It was pretty much standing on the sidelines as they all caught up with each other. A few of them had stayed in town, most had moved away to bigger places, much like my wife had. And like us, they all decided to return because of the feeling of her presence. I think that's why. She visited her friends scattered around the province in order to get them all together like a reunion, I guess. Celebrating not just her, but everyone. I saw a new side of my wife, and I heard so many stories, and honestly, thought that we'd feel something like a presence at the funeral, but we didn't. I concluded that she had done what she had set out to do, brought her old group of friends back together. They all agreed to keep in touch. My wife was all smiles on the drive back. I worked in a haunted museum. When I was 16, I worked in a county museum for the holidays. My job was to tour people around one of the outdoor buildings. I usually toured people through the house. Back in 1855, a doctor built his house on the land where the museum stands. His whole family lived there, and it looks very realistic. When you walk in, it feels like you're walking in and intruding into someone's home. Now, some days it was really slow. The weather was bad, or there was just, not much going on. Then I would just usually sit in the house for hours waiting for people to come in. Well, one day I'm sitting in the main entrance waiting for people to stop by, and I remember that it had been raining that day, and it was really slow. I had only about 3 people come in about 2 hours. Anyways, I was sitting in a chair that they provided me, and I was scrolling on my phone. My peaceful environment was then interrupted by a strange noise. It was coming from behind a door. It was maybe 5 feet away from me. Since I knew what every part of that house looked like, I knew that the door behind were servant stairs and a door to the cellar. I was a little startled by the noise and chose to ignore it, but I heard it again. It was like if a mouse or something was rustling behind the door. I decided that I might as well go check because I was just so bored. I opened the door, but the noise persisted. I then realized that the noise was coming from the cellar door. Fuck me. Now I had to open the door on the other occasion, but never had any intention on going down. If I had to explain what it looked like, I would say the basement from The Conjuring. It was scary as hell. Anyways, after just debating in my head, I decided to open the door. To my surprise, the noise stopped. Matter of fact, the whole house seemed to stop making any noise. Stood there for a good 15 seconds before closing the door. I locked it, and since my kids loved opening the door and would pester me to let them go down, and went to go sit back down, well, a little bit later I heard creaking. This house is so damn old that almost everything creaks. The doors, the windows, the floors, even the lights make noise. But this was like if a bigger person was upstairs and was walking back and forth. Strangely enough, I recognized the creaking. You know when you're home and that one floorboard creaks? Well, after a while you recognize it and know exactly which board is creaking. I knew that it was an area that was in one of the bedrooms. Kept on going for about 30 seconds before it stopped. Kept really quiet and make sure nothing weird was happening. I knew that no one was up there since the only way to enter was right where I'm sitting, and I knew that nobody had come in. I would have seen it. I would have heard it. Either way, I just tried to brush it off in the old house, maybe breeze coming in or something. Maybe it's just the house settling. Sat back down, went into my phone. About 45 minutes later, some people came in. Gave them a tour, didn't notice anything strange, and wished them a great day. When I sat down, I had a sudden urge to sneeze. After sneezing, I heard a loud and clear, "Bless you, mister." It was so clear that I whipped my head around and looked at whatever said that. There was nobody. Just like in the movies, I said, "Hello?" but with no reply. I waited another 30 minutes to see if any stranglers were left here or something, but there was no one. Safe to say that I toured other places after that. See ya. Paranormal M invites you to experience the unexplained like never before. Subscribe and hit the bell to stay connected to our haunting tales. Let's dive into the darkness together. Some thoughts. Why adults less frequently see ghosts. I was stumbling across some ghost videos, which I rarely do now at this age. I've had previous encounters and situations with whatever's out there that has me thinking about what I have to say now. Please feel free to correct me, but I recall and now have vivid recollections about reading how over time, fluoride calcifies an eye or something in your brain, your pineal gland. This is considered the third eye and can be achieved, I guess, from meditating. Imagine if the fluoride in our everyday lives is brought to dull these actually sensations or beings around us. I believed this, as I used to frequently believe my house was haunted, at least when I grew up from the ages of 1, till I moved at about 2nd grade. I still have a vivid memory of playing with an RC car without batteries moving. I was a kid, so I shot up, grabbed my mom, and said, "Something around. Watch it move on its own when I ask." The car moved less than 5 seconds after me asking and giggling while my mom was being my mom, not showing any emotion in front of me, but probably said, "Oh my God." This stems a recollection where I would run past a chair and a lamp in my parents' room during the night and sometimes during the day, as my room's doorway was centered to my hallway. This went on till I moved out of the house, but really just probably thought it was me being a kid at the time and never really mentioned it to my parents. Then fast forward. My dad had gone away for a few days. I was at the time watching a scary movie that I thought I could handle with my mom. The movie wasn't actually scary, but it was The Predator, and it scared the shit out of me at the time. I ended up crawling up next to my mom, as there was no way I could stay in my room by myself in the room alone. I woke up at the same night around 3 a.m., and I saw a white ghostly figure walk into my room. And if I recall, before laying back down, I really paid it no mind for a few years till we moved out of the house and brought it up to my mom. Come to find out, the previous owner of the house passed away in the chair mentioned before. My parents both said that at night there would be a figure sitting in the chair, and people, such as my cousin who stayed a few days, said they saw a man beside my dad in the house. Turns out I wasn't actually seeing things all along. Let's move forward a few years to high school, probably when such fluoride takes place, and may calcify what I said above. One Saturday morning, I remember before waking up and seeing the situation when a ghost had walked into my room. I was basically in a 3D perspective in my hallway watching this figure about to walk into my room until it stopped, turned, and made eye contact with me. I went into a seizure. Following years, I had the worst sleep paralysis. Woke up one night to a black figure standing above me in my guest room. That was where I decided to crash for the night randomly. My grandmother who passed used to stay in this room. Nowadays, I may see things in the corner of my eye, but nothing as vivid as the memories I've had before. This is just a heavy/random share by me. Thought it'd be nice to finally write it out. It's been in our water for longer than that. And products. Work office bathroom. I work in an office that's on the 2nd floor of a 2-story building. I've been here for almost a year. Since I started here, I've always felt a sense of dread every time I went into the women's bathroom. I've also had a few things that have happened while I've been in here. A few months ago, I recorded a voice text. I sent it to my husband. I was alone in the first stall. When playing it back, you can clearly hear a woman's voice that says Satan. Around that same time, one of the tiles in the ceiling was pushed up and moved so you could see all the way up inside. That's where it was very dark. It looked big enough to almost be an additional floor above us. I finally had to ask the cleaning staff to fix it because it creeped me out so bad. We have an automatic towel dispenser next to our sink. You have to sort of wave your hand in front of it for it to go off. One day while alone in there, both the dispenser and the sink went off by itself. Now I'm so scared to go in there that I'll hold the urge to go so long that I'll either go once in a 9-hour period or not go at all. How do I get rid of it? I'm worried that if I burn sage, it'll just set the smoke alarm off. 2 things. You gotta go to the bathroom. Second thing, turn off the smoke alarm. For a minute. Weird shit happening in my house at night. Hi, I'm writing this because I'm the kind of guy that never really believed in ghosts. But somehow, strange things keep happening in my house at night. To start off, 2 nights ago I suddenly woke up. I was in bed, didn't know the time, and heard noises coming from the kitchen downstairs. It was like someone was opening and closing drawers. I heard it 2 times. I checked my bed, the cat was with me. Anyway, I eventually just fell asleep. But the situation reminded me of another strange shit that happened and I actually removed. For example, about 2 months ago I woke up in the middle of the night. Heard some weird sounds coming from the furniture downstairs. Very unnatural ones, though. I even heard something fall pretty violently to the floor. Checked my bed, and the cat wasn't with me that night. Thought it could have been, but still stayed vigilant. After a while, my eyes kind of adapted to the darkness and started seeing better. That's when I started hearing some odd noises coming from my closet's doors, like something was passing really close or scratching them. The weird thing was that room was completely empty. I saw there was nothing next to the doors. Kept looking and being vigilant. Still had no idea what was happening. It wasn't until after a while I felt something quickly touch and caress the upper part and back of my head. Something with no temperature. I think it was scary as shit, honestly, because I had no fucking explanation for that. My bed is located right next to the wall. The back of my head was facing it. There's nothing in the room with me. Another time I was laying in bed, probably early evening or morning. Turned around to look at the door and saw the outline of a black head looking at me from beside the door. As soon as I looked at it, it retreated behind the door in an instant and disappeared. Last night was fine. Mysterious memory. I want to share a random childhood memory that's always stuck with me. Never been able to explain it, and nothing has ever happened to me like it since. Has anyone else had any similar experiences or anything to add? Maybe even just certainty that I'm sure it was some military type of plane that flew over. In lieu of all of this weird drone stuff going on, I wanted to share my experience. Also, I want to add that my beliefs are that us humans are simply not the only intelligent life forms that exist in the universe. But I'm also a skeptic in that I think most unexplainable things do have an explanation most of the time. So one summer night, somewhere in 2007 or 2008, and that would make me 10 or 11, it was probably about 9 or 10 p.m. because of the darkness at the time. I live in Pennsylvania. My friend and I were walking from my house to hers, about 3 or 4 houses, maybe 100 yards away. Sorry, my brain works in customary. And all of a sudden, there was this indescribable boom that literally sent us to the floor. Like instinctually, automatically, we just hit the fucking deck. Grass stains and all. It was as if we were physically pushed to the ground through some force I can't describe. There's no flash of light like a transformer blowing or something. It was dark the whole time. Just one singular forceful boom. Seemed like no neighbors came out to assess what the fuck that was. Despite how incredibly forceful it was to us. We slowly got up and wiped her knee and elbows off and went inside her house. We were like, "Did you guys hear that?" Everyone in her family was like, no. Weirdo kids in your imagination. We just moved on and whatever. But it's always stuck with me because it's just weird as hell. I've heard a sonic boom from a supersonic plane above at an air show festival, and maybe it was similar, especially if you're not expecting it. But it was super weird to me either way. This was before we had cell phones and we were kids on summer vacation, so who knows what time it was when that happened. We just made it inside. So I've always wondered, what if we did have some lost time but just never realized? He warned me. The 3rd time I won't wake up. I was walking down a dodgy street, trying to find my way back home. The only light was coming from some dim yellow street lamps. Then a taxi appeared out of nowhere and I flagged it down. The moment I sat down, something felt wrong. The air in the car was heavy, like I was trapped in a suffocating box. The driver was an older man. He was extremely skinny with sickly yellow skin, sunken eyes, and a terrifying, creepy smile. Sounds like the guy outside. He barely had any hair, and what was left was thin, white, and uneven. It was hanging in messy clumps around his head. That's when he asked, "Where are we going?" Chills ran down my spine. His voice was disgusting, almost inhuman. I gave him my address, but instead of talking the normal route, he turned down strange streets, speeding up as he drove. I started panicking and tried to open the doors, but he had locked them all. I started screaming, "Let me out!" And this is where he should be getting off. My family's waiting for me. Please. But he would just stare at me through the rearview mirror with a terrifying face grinning at me with a smile that made me want to vomit. Eventually, the car stopped. We were in an empty parking lot surrounded by nothing. This creature didn't say a word. Somehow I managed to free myself, bursting out of the taxi and running as fast as I could. But then I saw him running behind me, though he really wasn't human anymore. His body had transformed into a 10-foot-tall, emaciated creature with the skin color of rotten skin, and his grin stretched too wide, splitting his face unnaturally. All his limbs were grotesquely broken and twisted, with raw muscles and pieces of skin exposed. He was crawling toward me at an inhuman speed, faster than I could run. His eyes, God, his eyes. Those deep, dark pits were locked on me. Then he caught me, his claw-like hands gripping me so hard as he rose into the air, flying with me into the sky. I could feel my body going limp. I was paralyzed with terror as he leaned close to my face and said, "You'll never escape me. It's the second time you've dreamed of me. Third time you won't wake up." That's when it hit me. I had dreamt of this terrifying man before. It wasn't just a nightmare. This was the same creature. Hadn't remembered until then. Then in real life, as I was in bed, I started to feel his breath on my face. So real, as if he was inches away. I knew it was a dream, but for a moment I thought it was actually happening. So I was trapped between waking up or not. Both scenarios seemed terrifying. I tried to wake myself up, desperately struggling to move, but I was frozen. Finally, I broke free and woke up. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. What if I dream of him a third time? Sorry about the crazy people outside. I can't control it. I made a ghost communication app, and I think a demon spoke to me. I watch a lot of investigator YouTubers like Sam and Kobe, and I've seen the equipment that they use. I've also seen some others use apps on their phones, but I've always felt that phone apps could be easy to fake, so I thought, I know how to code, and I wonder if I could program my own app. I managed to get the code working, and basically how my app works is it picks up either a tap on the screen or a phone physically moving. There's no EMF or anything, it's all actually physical touch. When it picks up one of those two, it randomly selects a word from a huge list of words and displays that word. Couldn't get the text-to-speech to work, so it just pops the word up on the screen. I sent the build to my phone and began testing it. I waited a while, and this was the first conversation I had. This is not the demon, just one of the tests. Me. Anyone there? My phone. Josh. Me. Okay. Hello, Josh. Who are you? Father. Oh, are you a father? No. Oh, are you asking me if I'm a father? Yes, I am. Wife. Wife? Do you mean my wife? Danger. I immediately closed the app, freaking out, and went to check on my wife because that was weird. My wife at the time was also heavily pregnant and was due any day. Every time my wife has been pregnant, I've had the fear of her dying in childbirth. So when I told my wife she was in danger, that she was close to giving birth, it just really got to me. That weekend, my wife went to the hospital and gave birth to her daughter. But during the birth, she, my wife, lost a lot of blood. So seeing that message freaked me out even more. Everything was fine, she's alive and well, but it still freaked me out. Now, going back to when I was testing the app's movement detection sensitivity and trying again to get TTS to work, I must have messed up somewhere. After I sent it to my phone and started it, it went nuts and cycled continuously through words. Too fast for the text-to-speech to say the word that it picked up. But it did stop on 3 words and said them. Those words were demon, acknowledge, and me. As soon as I heard it say those words, I didn't react audibly. Calmly picked up my phone, closed the app, went back to making adjustments to the code. I have limited demonology knowledge, but I do know that if a demon asks for acknowledgement, you do not do it. Something happened in collage. Probably college. This incident happened to me and my friend in college. There we go. So, a little backstory. For entering the collage, we need an ID card. We can also load money onto the ID card and swipe it to mark our attendance and to purchase food from the canteen as well. So, in the break time where we can chill and eat, my friend, being my friend, took my card as he didn't have his own. We went to get something from the canteen. During all of this, the break ended and all of us went to our respected classes. I had a free lecture and went with my other friends to another class, which was in another block, to sit and just chill. Those classes are meant for students who have a free lecture so they can study or complete their work. So that time I was unaware that the friend also had a free lecture and was looking for me, thinking that I'm in my class, and went to my original class where he thought I would be and returned my ID card. After he went to my class, he got to know that I wasn't there and left my card with the teacher. Meanwhile, something or someone that looked like my friend but wasn't him entered the class and came to me. He looked strange and seemed like he didn't want to talk or to keep the whole interaction very short. He gave me my ID card, turned it back, and as soon as he did, I asked him to sit down. He replied, saying, "I'll be back in some time." Then he went away. Also, when he came in the class, he was looking down and looked at the door while entering like something was there. Which, I gotta say, is totally opposite of his personality. He's usually always smiling. He's liked by everyone. After all of this, after maybe a minute or two, he again came back as if it was the first time that he came. He entered with his usual smile, shook my hand, told me that he had been looking for me to return the card and had dropped it off in my class with the teacher, to which I told him that he had just given it to me, which I showed him. We both had spoken over it multiple times. It's not possible that I went to my class and came back before he came back to the other block. That's because there's only one way to walk between those blocks, and it's not possible for anything human to go to the other block and get the card and return back and sit in class while my friend's coming from the original class to the other block. That's at that same time. Even the teacher didn't tell me anything once I returned to my class after the lecture ended. This friend has been with me since more than 5 years, and I know him in and out. I just know when he's lying. I remember his face when I told him all of this. I'm sure that whatever he's saying is true, and even whenever I think of this, it gives me some kind of a weird feeling, as if something that was him but wasn't present there for whatever reason. A dead woman's rose bush. A few days ago, I was home. Well, not quite alone. My 6-year-old son was asleep. My partner and his grandmother had gone to the hospital due to her having a concussion. His sister was at work, so it was just my sleeping son, 2 little dogs, and myself. There's a red rose bush next to the front porch. I had been nursing it back to health because it was planted by my partner's late mother. It's something I want to do for my partner and his sister. And to honor her memory, it's looking great. I'd left a rose cut from it in the front porch. That was a few nights before. Stayed there through fairly heavy winds. While they were gone, I poured my coffee in a mug with a big, pretty, bold red rose painted on it. Then I looked out in the front door window and noticed the rose was no longer on the railing, but was on the porch floor, right in front of the door and at the top of the steps. I didn't think much of it and I didn't open the door. My son was still fast asleep. I went to the back porch to smoke a cigarette and drink my coffee. Letting the dogs out with me, I noticed one had gotten away from my sight. Probably the road around the front. So I opened the back door to go inside the front porch, but planning to come right back, just left it open and the other dog right there to either stay out or follow me in. The door opens inward into a bedroom. I quickly walked through 2 rooms and opened the front door to see if the missing dog was at the road. He was. I called him and he started running around the back of the house. But I instantly noticed the rose was gone. It wasn't there anymore. I hesitated a few seconds, looked around, and noticed nothing else was off, went back inside and shut the front door behind me. This all took less than a minute, if that. My son was still asleep. I hurried back through the 2 rooms to get to the open back porch where one dog was and hopefully the other dog had gone back to. I froze when I saw the back door was closed completely. The dog I had left on the back porch had been shut out, looking in at me. That door is not easy to shut. It basically has to be slammed or just carefully and firmly pulled shut with 2 hands. I just stood there for a moment, freaked out, staring at the dog looking in at me. My heart was skipping beats, you know. Then walked toward the door, opened it, went out on the back porch and looked around, seeing nothing but the dogs. It really unnerved me because there's no way the dog could have shut the door. It isn't possible. I made sure that there's no one else in the house. I've never heard anyone. No signs of anybody having been in the house or outside creeping around, but that doesn't mean that they weren't, you know. My son never woke up, and I did tests to see if me opening and closing the front door would at all affect the back door, but no, it didn't. Couldn't have been wind because the door opens inward, and the door is hard to close and the AC wasn't on. What made it a little bit creepier to me, to be honest, was that before I went out into the back porch to smoke and let the dogs out that morning, I poured my morning coffee in a cup with a big bold red rose painted on it, taking it to the back porch with me. Once a while back, I was relaxing on the front porch. My phone was just a couple of inches from my feet. If you hear my dog barking, it's just because there's a bunch of crazy people outside and I have horrible landlords. And quite frankly, I've had horrible landlords for the entire years that some of you have been hearing me. But today, I gotta put up with it. So we continue on, and you hopefully ignore that. It requires a PIN. No programs were running at the time, no alarms set, and I can't set my alarms to play songs from my music program. I was actually kind of meditating. Not deep meditation or anything, just relaxed breathing. Basically with my eyes closed. Totally lucid, listening to things around me, that sort of thing. The breeze, chimes in the distance, and insects. Everyone else was inside and asleep. I could literally look inside the window behind me and see my partner asleep on the couch. It was like 3 a.m. Suddenly I heard music from my phone. It was unlocked and my music program was open and had started playing a song. This song is about a woman not being able to tell if she was experiencing reality or a dream. Her imagination playing tricks on her, her sense of time being confused, showing up in the future like I've been here before. How could she hear bells and wind and a song in her heart? Like a ghost in the streets, a very intense song, and quite personal to me at the time. I was sober. I never found evidence of malware on my phone, but obviously I can't be sure somebody wasn't fucking with me. Anyway, both experiences were pretty unsettling to me. Maybe my phone glitched. maybe a person was creeping around last week. But my partner's mom had a very strong personality and spirit, died too young. She was wronged by her mother and grandmother, right up to the day she died and even to this day. I got a thorn stuck in my finger, tending that rose bush. When it finally came out, I was oddly a little bit sad. I felt strangely, instinctively protective over her daughter, my partner's sister, despite us having conflict. I know that we were quite different, but in some ways quite similar, and suffered many uniquely similar hardships and were horribly mistreated and abused in many similar ways, particularly by our mothers. My son, who has a very similar personality to hers, was born just 2 weeks after she died. Just many coincidences that have slowly come unveiled over the years. Who was this woman? This story happened to me when I was a school student. I was 9 or 10 years old back then. I was in my way from school to home. There's no school buses in my country, so children go to and from the school accompanied by their parents or just by themselves. I was alone that day. That's when I was about to cross the road and I was waiting for the traffic lights to turn green. The strange woman approached from behind. She was young with pale skin and brown hair of neck length. She was wearing a long, ground-length dark brown coat with a hood. It was strange for me because it was the first and last time I've seen someone wearing such clothes. People around didn't pay attention at all. It was like they didn't even notice her. Once she approached, she immediately started to stare at me. I looked at her too. She had green-brown eyes, but her gaze gave me a very unsettling feeling. It felt like I looked into the abyss. Kind of cold, heavy, and a deep gaze. There was something ancient in her gaze. She smiled a bit, but her gaze didn't change. I averted my eyes and turned away. At this moment, I heard her voice. The strangest thing about it was that it sounded in my head. Her voice was surprisingly very beautiful and light like the whisper of the wind. Hard to describe this voice. The most suitable word is rustling. She asked, "Who are your parents?" I answered nothing. My head was empty at that moment. I turned to her and she was still staring at me with a smile. Finally, traffic lights turned green. I started to walk. She's walking next to me and I never heard the sound of the steps. Her pace was slow and deliberate. The contrast with hurrying people around, and this encounter lasted for a few minutes, but it felt like eternity. Once we crossed the road, she turned the right direction while I was walking ahead, and I stopped for a few minutes to look after her. I don't know why, but I felt like a strange wish to go after her and ask her questions about who she is and what she does and what she wanted from me. I didn't do it. Some of the people I told this story later assumed it could be the Grim Reaper or the Angel of Death, or... After this encounter, I started to feel a strange longing. It wasn't a constant feeling. I feel it when I'm depressed or get through crisis, and for some unknown reason I feel a strange connection with her and wish to see her again and talk to her. This memory doesn't feel scary, but warm. I don't know what to think about it. Who is she, and what did she want? Why do I feel this way toward her? Time to tell my story. Heavenly Encounter. When my sister and I were young, about 5, that's me, and 7 her. The daughter of my mother's friend, about 6 years old, passed away from cancer. She was my sister's best friend at the time, and it was hard on all of us. After some time had passed, must have been a few weeks, my sister one day told us that somebody was at her bed the previous night. An adult person, probably male. She told us that the person communicated with her not by words, but by feeling. She couldn't really put it into words. She said that it convinced her that her friend is in a better place now, and that she's not to worry. She was convinced it was God or an angel, and I, being 5 years old, was kind of freaked out, but also really didn't buy her story, without outright telling her that I didn't. More time passes, I'd say about 3 weeks. At this age, I commonly got up at night to join my mother's bed for the rest of the night. But this night it just so happens that my sister was up as well, asked if she could be with her mother instead. I offered her the deal that I would get used to sleeping in her bed instead. I'm not sure why. Guess I just wanted to change and that my effort wasn't for nothing. I feel ya. Anyway, I got into her bed. Her room was next to my mom's room. I wanted to take a look at them in their bed when I noticed a tall, shadow-like person at the end of the bed. It was a bunk bed, meaning that this person was floating. I immediately hid under my blanket. My heart was racing. When I looked again, carefully, it was still there. A black, male-looking person, like a shadow, completely black, transparent and with no details to make out. It was just standing there, not moving or doing anything whatsoever. I hid under my blanket until just sleep overcame me. I'm not sure what happened the next day, if I keep it to myself or if I told my mom and sister. But eventually, I concluded that it must have been the same entity my sister had seen prior. It's my dog yawning. However, it wasn't communicating with me. I told myself that maybe it was just confused to find me in her bed. Nowadays, I'm 26 now. My sister knows about my experience, and again, not sure when exactly I told her. So does my mom. My mom told us that her friend and mother whose child passed has reported a similar entity to her back then, along with other strange things that are really too much to explain now. Things that are too strange to be coincidences. My sister doesn't like to talk about this topic. Says that she thinks she was probably dreaming, which wouldn't really explain my experience, and I personally have no idea what to make of it. At about 17 to 19 years of age, I became religious for some time and cherished the story. Nowadays, I'm not religious and very skeptical of the supernatural, so I'm trying to think of an explanation. Maybe something in my sister's room was throwing a weird shadow. But this shadow was floating in the middle of the room, and what about the communication with my sister, and the fact that the mother saw something similar? Haunts me to this day that I've never experienced anything similarly supernatural since. I swear to everything, and it's meaningful to me. None of this is made up. Maybe it was a child's imagination, but I know what I saw. My experience. Growing up, I've seen a fair share of paranormal things. In 2020, my aunt passed away, and during Christmas at that time, our Christmas tree would turn on and off, and we have 3 settings. That's in order to get to the last setting that you need to press the button 3 times. Sometimes it would randomly turn on to the 3rd setting. We knew it was a ghost as we had a lot of spirits in our house, including my aunt. A few months after Christmas, around 4 in the morning, we had our garage opening and closing on its own. We had called the police and they told us nobody was inside or outside her house. My mom used to be a medium, so she figured it must have been a ghost. My mom went to a medium later on and found out that the spirit does these things, and it was my aunt trying to get my mom's attention. Fast forward, now my aunt is still with us, as a spirit. In her new house, but they live in my mom's bathroom most of the time. My aunt's ring was stolen by my other aunt and was never returned to my aunt's daughters. That was until a few months ago. I noticed a reddish silver ring in my mom's bathroom. Totally a Greek echo. Brushed it off as thinking it was hers until one day it disappeared and wasn't found until a few weeks ago in my basement by me. We asked everybody we knew if this was their ring, and everything said no. My mom, thinking it could potentially be my aunt's, went to a medium to connect with my aunt and figure it's hers. That's when we found out it was my aunt's, and she brought it here, but clearly my mom wasn't paying enough attention to notice, so she put it where most people go all the time, the basement. I wish I was more connected into the spirit world so I can actually talk to spirits. Just wanted to share my story and asking for tips on how to get more connected. I met humans with telepathy and other supernatural abilities in 2005. Back in 2005, I had an incredible experience that I'd like to share. Kind of keep this to myself for the most part, as nearly 20 years on, I'm pretty much a normal dad with kids and a career, and I don't want to, But some things that happened when I was young still stun me to this day. This is one of them. Caveat. In the lead up to the night I had this chance meeting, I had gone through quite a psychologically questionable series of events that culminated in me ending up being diagnosed with schizophreniform, which I'm assuming is schizophrenia disorder, and hospitalized. I won't go into detail on everything that occurred during this psychotic event, but it lasted about 6 months. It's the only reason I sort of keep the story largely to myself, because it provides plausible deniability to even myself that it happened. Contradictory to that, I adamantly thought this part of it actually happened. Funny how the brain works. Or is it just me? Anyway, there it is for those who switch off when stories are told by psychotics. Read on if you're still curious. I attended a party in northern New South Wales, Australia, in the spring of 2005. These quote-unquote bush doofs were frequented by odd and unusual people of different subcultures. But on this night it was stranger than the usual ravers that I was used to. Much more pleasant, much more friendly. At first, the party was relatively normal, like any other party of its type. Lots of electronic music, people dancing and enjoying the atmosphere. I was there with my girlfriend at the time, who was a bit of a free spirit and seemed to just know absolutely everyone at the party. It really wasn't unusual. She seemed to either develop instant chemistry with anyone or already just knew people. Never got to the bottom of that. She and I mostly went our separate ways at parties. We'd just meet up randomly as the doof brought us back together. During the night of the party, I met a few, you could say, interesting people. This wasn't the first time I'd met supernatural types or had strange experiences at a party like this. But it was the first time it happened that I wasn't on drugs. The first one I remember was a guy silently gesturing to me. I sort of didn't realize he was gesturing to me, so I just stared blankly until another guy grabbed me and pointed to the ground where the dude was gesturing. As it turns out, the guy was trying to bring my attention to himself, seemingly manifesting a small energy orb the size of a marble at the tip of his fingertips. He was hovering at about a few centimeters above the ground. It was translucent, almost like a bubble. It was more dense and hovering perfectly still and seemingly manifested by this guy. Maybe he was just pointing at it. I reacted with awe, as you would, and both guys were happy with my reaction. They sort of celebrated with each other and with me, without really making sounds. I continued to party. Cool, fun, magic orb, let's go. The second one I met was when I was sitting by an open fire. She was sitting across from me. Pretty-looking white woman with short-cropped brown haircut and a crochet beanie on her head. Relatively normal-looking type in northern New South Wales raver. We caught each other's eyes, and then suddenly I could hear a voice inside my head. Well, not at first. At first, we had a brief conversation telepathically without me realizing it was happening. I don't remember many of the talking points, but it was probably me thinking about how cute she was and her replying. When I first noticed it, she laughed because I instantly rejected what was occurring and physically jumped a little. She must have reassured me pretty quickly. I sat there discussing something for a long time, and again, the words were taken from me, so I can't remember much of the discussion. But what happened next was pretty intense. She told me that she could do pretty much anything, and that I could too while she was there. Wild, right? Well, she evidenced it by reaching into a fire and picking up a handful, not a coal, like a handful of embers, holding the fire in her hands. She did this with no pain, dropped it or dismissed it, and then showed me no injury and told me to try it. So I did, and it worked. She was like the previous dudes, completely thrilled, and her joy actually was so palpable it completely washed over me. It was an intensely euphoric feeling, paralyzingly so. Pure joy that overwhelmed every one of my senses. The next thing I know, I'm being stirred awake by a random raver-looking dude, and it's dawn. I'm snuggled into a sleeping bag and under a tree. Had the best night's sleep ever. He gives me a small, thimble full of hot brown liquid and gestures for me to drink it. Ooh. He seems super awesome, so I do. It tastes sort of like coffee, but a bit different. Very pleasant, warming, and soothing. I get up and I notice that the party looks different. There's no cars around, nobody drinking, nobody passed out on the ground, nobody looking like a post-doof regret partier. Just 20 or so very quiet, very peaceful people, and the DJ. And then my girlfriend sitting with them on a rug as they cooked up a hot meal, some sort of stew or vegetable curry. So I walked over to her, but as I did, I noticed that more people were emerging seemingly from behind the trees in the forest that were surrounding the glade the party was in. All of them were attractive, but not overwhelmingly so. Men, women, even kids all emerged from behind the trees. I don't know how many, but the party picked back up and they basically all just started dancing with each other, being merry. No talking, though. Only me, my girlfriend, and the girl from the fire, who were now sitting next to my girlfriend, seemed to talk. I walked over to them and must have had a look of shock or awe on my face when both of them had a look of complete contentment and happiness, which calmed me a bit. They gestured me to sit down, so I did. They served me a bowl of food, and I wolfed it down. Next thing I know, I'm laying face down and completely incapacitated. All I remember is a feeling of mild static electricity in the back of my head. I eventually came to and sat up, and they asked if they could paint me, so I let them. They drew on me with dye or ink. It was pleasant enough. Everybody was still having a good time. It took what felt like 15 minutes for them to finish. As soon as they did, the music stopped. People started retreating into the forest. Their demeanor changed into almost hostile. My girlfriend told me that we had to go. She almost dragged me out of the glade and down a small lane that quickly turned into the main road back to the highway. Suddenly, all the hungover people and the cars were all visible again. We walked about a kilometer back to the main road and attempted to hitchhike to the nearest town, which took ages. Eventually, we finally got collected and I was able to look in the mirror. They'd painted me in the most incredible clown makeup you've ever seen. It was really impressive. But I certainly felt like I'd been, mocked or even laughed at. My girlfriend and I drifted apart not long after that. And as I said, this was a small part of a larger series of events over a fairly long period. My memory of the time isn't amazing for the number of reasons, but this night stuck out for obvious reasons. Good writing. Does anybody else just casually have a ghost they consider a friend? So, I've been wondering about this for a while because there's a spirit I just for some reason named Daniel all the time. And for as long as I could remember, I know I used to be able to see him, but over time stopped. But I could always be able to tell his presence and can tell what he's doing at times. He's kind of just been with me everywhere I ever was, and when others who didn't believe in ghosts met me, they end up believing. That's because Daniel will at some point make his presence noticed one way or another. It became a completely normal thing to me that I'm desensitized from it, but the first time anybody else sees it, always freaks them out and they ask why I'm just so casual about it, saying, "Oh, that's just Daniel." Mostly he messes around. I can often hear his footsteps at night, but also I've heard whispers here and there. Sometimes things have been moved, and a few examples are I watched a cup lift up and fly across the room once. My mom's keys went missing, and eventually it was found in a spot we already all clearly looked at. but the hiding of the keys prevented us from being in a major pile-up accident that we would have had, been on time on. When I was a lot younger, Daniel would freak me out a lot, especially me in a bad mood. He sort of resonated, which ended up scaring me as a kid, and when I told my grandma I absolutely refused to go into my room, that's when she believed me. My room was extremely cold compared to the rest of the house. It's hard to explain my communication with him because, really, I can just tell here and there at times cues on what he's feeling or wanting. Kind of like how people can tell without words, like an intimate partner's thoughts or wants in the moment. Back when my boyfriend and I first met, he thought I was like crazy out of my mind due to dealing with a lot of traumatic things at the time. But when he asked to find a very specific thing, that exact object fell off a stand next to him. That's when he was like, okay, I believe you now. It wasn't hanging on the edge, it was not tilting at all. It just fell over with zero explanation, which is something I see often, so it doesn't really bother me. My boyfriend thinks it's wild that I have such an active spirit with me. This morning I was trying to find zip ties to put around the door hinges because it broke. Ooh, that doesn't sound safe. I just need a temporary fix until I can get a proper door frame up again. I'm zip tying the door hinges to a metal frame attached to the wall. It's just enough to close the door properly. After about 20 minutes of looking for it, I complained about wanting to find zip ties. Went upstairs and I came back down. The zip ties were neatly placed right next to the door I was trying to fix. I thanked Daniel essentially, and my boyfriend's like trying to wrap his head around how that's even like a thing. How I'm actually having a friendship with a spirit that interacts with me and me back to it like it's another person. Made me wonder if anybody else has an experience like this. Story time, since y'all like ghosts. On a warm summer evening, my then 10-year-old son and I went to the gas station. We went to run a couple of errands. I left my son in the car for a quick minute and ran into the store to prepay the pump. After I'd pumped the gas, I got into the car, and my son says, "Mom, this weird lady was driving around, and she was in the parking lot. She was staring at me." I immediately felt very protective of my boy and said something to the effect of, "I wish a motherfucker would." Some necessary backstory. My grandmother, my mom's mom, had a very tragic life, and sadly lost her only son at about 5 years old. He caught strep and traveled to his kidneys. Oof. Couldn't be helped. This was back in the day of doctors making house calls. So my mom says she remembers hearing the adults say, "Who's going to give him the shot?" Morphine, likely to put him down. My uncle's name was Tommy. My oldest son, Giovanni, bears a huge resemblance to my Uncle Tommy, to the point people see Tommy's photo and think it's a present-day antique photo of my son. Okay, back to it. So now my son and I are driving to the ATM about 1,000 feet from the gas station. That's where we were just at with that creepy lady. Pulled up to the ATM, and lo and behold, this woman followed me from the gas station. She pulls up next to my car on the passenger side and stares at my son. I open his window enough to be heard and ask, "Can I help you?" This woman's older and clearly has psych issues. But she's with it enough to look at my child and ask, "Is that Tommy?" My heart jumped into my throat. All I said was, "No, honey, that's Gio." She didn't say another word. She drove off, and that was that. I did notice that she drove a dark green sedan, which ironically was the same color that my late grandmother drove. When I got home, I immediately told my mother what had happened, and her jaw dropped. She said, well, it would make sense for my mother to be looking for Tommy. My grandmother had been dead for about a decade when this incident occurred, and there's absolutely no way to explain this. My grandmother, my mom, Tommy had all lived in Illinois, not Connecticut, where we live today. My mom says that Tommy got another chance through my son, and I'd like to think that she's right. That was a really, really creepy experience. The sound. so this is going to be a rather long story. So if you have to listen, please read on. My name is David. This is my story of the spirits that were involved in several different ways, and in different times in my life. It starts with my sister's old house. She had gotten it at a great deal. It was located very close to a working cotton gin. This is in the Mississippi Delta in the 1990s. My sister had went through a rough divorce and was taking care of her children best she could. I was at an age, I was 19, spent a lot of time running off to New Orleans on adventures. Those times back then were a riot, but let's stick to the story. So I saw on Bourbon Street the usual clamor around a place called Mary Laveau. It was apparently the voodoo queen of NOLA. The shop was actually the house that she lived in. When I walked up to the house, the usual people are standing near, just deciding if they have the gall to enter. One girl was there with two friends. "Come on, Dana." Dana refused to move. She said, "You guys go ahead, I don't want anything to do with it." So, what I thought I would do was grab a funny gift from my sister while I was there. I found a doll made of Spanish moss and a book of similar spells that they use these in the works of hoodoo. Don't know if that's different than voodoo. Now, about then is curiosity, not really anything else. I just wanted to have a laugh. When I brought them back along with more innocent gifts to her kids, she just laughed. "Can you imagine," I said, "people doing these archaic spells to win love?" They do it. We both laughed about it, and fast forward to 3 weeks later. It was late as hell, and I got a phone call with my sister saying the strangest things. She said she was touching her in the shower and she was crying. I said, basically, "What the hell are you talking about?" "There's a ghost here, and he's shaking the windows and doors are opening. He keeps touching me while I'm undressed." Okay, so I thought she was playing a joke on me. I laughed at her. "Sure," I said. "I'll be right over." When I got there was something strange about the house. But honestly, I wasn't really paying attention. I laughed at her some more and told her that, "Go have your shower. I'll watch for the ghoul." So she goes, gets in the shower, and I sit alone in the living room. It's really cold in there. Kept getting this feeling of being watched. It was completely quiet, and then it started. Some noise very far away. What was that? Closer it got, and I knew what the noise was. Wolves howling all at once. It sounded absolutely terrifying. Imagine the sound you would hear right before a giant werewolf bit you, tore your body to shreds. Then all of a sudden, something that you can never forget, ever forget. That horrifying sound suddenly was on top of me. I was going to die. It's over. Something's going to kill me. More noises came from the sound suddenly. A man was in there. He was howling as well. He was the pride of the pack, and he wanted to kill me, personally. No visuals during this, except that the door swung open. I ran, tripped over a few things, fell into a coffee table. Ended up crawling to my sister's bathroom. Banged on the door. "Oh my God, please, please let me in. Something's after me." Got inside, hit on the floor. Sister looked at me, and that's when I realized it was real. But it couldn't be really this stupid movie shit. This isn't real life. But it was. And it would end up being the worst beginning of anything that's ever happened to me. All my beliefs lay on the floor. My bravado lay on the floor. Something evil is here. And if I don't help my sister, we could both end up in a nightmare that I couldn't get out of. If anybody wants to hear the rest of my real story, like it please. Love of a father for his daughter from the other side. I've always been spiritually inclined. Growing up, I used to see orbs and would predict certain things. As I grew up, being able to see orbs faded, and for a bit, so did the predictions. The past few years, they reappeared, with each getting stronger than the last. I have the unfortunate gift of being able to tell if somebody's passed or if it's going to pass. This used to be just a feeling of dread and feeling sick to my stomach, as if I were experiencing grief, but never knowing who or how it was going to happen. This feeling would continue until I was made aware of the departed by their family or friends. Back in 2023, my dad was diagnosed with esophageal cancer. I had laid down within moments I awoke. I just witnessed my dad's life from that day to this very end, where I was standing at the podium reading his eulogy. A few months ago, I had a nightmare of my grandmother passing from drowning or not being able to breathe. A week later, I started feeling the sinking feeling. I took the day off. All I could think about was figuring out arrangements for if or when my dad would pass and speaking to him about what he wants done. I contacted my parents, and as we ended the call, I specifically said I love you to them individually instead of in general. That day dragged on with the constant feeling and racing thoughts of my dad until suddenly my dad passed away in their small town hospital after drowning in blood. My grandma passed away 2 weeks to the day after him. I had been having health concerns that I didn't have time to address through the months and year due to being there for my family. My dad's only come to me in my dreams twice. One of those being on Christmas. I woke up with excruciating pain that I brushed off with some alive. I continued with my day. I began having feelings of dread and a constant voice in my head that sounded like my dad. It was saying to get to the cities and not to stay around the small town. As I drove to the cities, I noticed an orb in a video, just taken. I thought of my dad. Shortly after capturing the orb, intense pain came over me suddenly. I tried to brush it off again. Suddenly I felt this urgency and validation to go to the hospital. I ended up needing emergency surgery that night. I had been bleeding internally. My dad passed September 25th. Happened to me December 25th, 3 months to the day of his passing. Wait a minute. Yeah. My dad's spirit is the reason I'm alive today. He continues to watch over us and send us signs every day. I miss him. And yeah, that pause was me being unsure of how many months away that was. Dream of an ex-partner. I'm not a hugely spiritual person, but this particular dream situation has me questioning the strange and wonderful ways of the unknown. Back in my early 20s, I was in my first, I guess you could call it a relationship. It was a serious one. Spent 4 years together, most of it happy, but punctuated by some hurtful things the person did and said to me. We broke up and it took a long time for me to process the hurt, as it often does. Now at 32, I've moved on, live in a different city, and I'm happily engaged to a new individual. In the autumn or fall of this year, I had a dream about my ex. I dreamt I had met my ex in a pub across the road from my new home. We were sat opposite each other. He didn't communicate verbally, but he looked really happy and healthy. Gave me no apology, but I decided I didn't need it anymore. I spoke to him to say, I forgive you. This seemed to bring a huge smile of joy and relief across his face. I felt no resentment toward him, just a sense that I was so pleased that he was happy in his life, and that so was I. I woke up thinking that was weird, but I felt a sense of growth and a feeling of having moved on with my life. It had been several years since the breakup from my ex, so it seemed to come out of the blue. But I didn't linger on it too much. I just thought it was nice. At the start of December, about 10 weeks after the dream, I got the news that my ex-partner died in tragic circumstances back in September. We weren't in each other's lives anymore, so the news took some time to reach me. I'd forgotten about the dream I'd had a few weeks previous, until my sister asked me, "When was the last time you thought about him?" It was only then that I remembered it was the "I forgive you" dream. We both looked at each other as if to say, that's kind of eerie. Certainly felt very poignant. Like I said, I've never been the hugely spiritual type, but the fact I had this dream at the time when I had no idea of his passing or so long after a breakup, so very strange to me. I won't try and make sense of it too much, but I will cherish it. Wanted to share it with others. Wherever you stand in regards to spirituality, I think the unknown can be incredible. How I conquered sleep paralysis and banished negative entities. This sounds useful. I've seen quite a few posts from people asking for help on protecting themselves from ghosts or sleep paralysis. 3 years ago, I successfully defended myself from an attack by a lower astral entity. I'll explain what I mean by that soon. Ever since then, I'm prepared to defend myself. If they tried to attack me via sleep paralysis again, I just use this method. If this helps one person, I would say it's worth it. Firstly, I want you to keep an open mind. I never believed this stuff myself until I kept getting sleep paralysis and attacked by these nightmares. Secondly, I need to preface this with the research I've done in my own experience to help you understand what's going on. Demons and negative entities exist. There's a huge plane which we cannot see, but some people can via third eye. That's because they're vibrating at a higher frequency. I know of people that have seen ghosts, but the person right beside them couldn't see anything. It's because their frequency was too low and couldn't perceive it. As you walk around, eat and sleep, there could be negative entities looking at you. If you're doing negative actions like smoking, drinking, or doing drugs, negative music, negative thoughts, watching horror movies, this will attract them because they feed off your negative energy. Loosh. L-O-O-S-H in parentheses. They could also be staying where you're living. When you go to bed at night, your physical body is sleeping, but your etheric body is traveling in the astral plane. In this place, your thoughts and feelings are increased. Time does not exist. Not every nightmare is a demon attacking you, though. Sometimes it's your own thoughts because you're projecting it to yourself. When you're sleeping, your body is in a vulnerable state and they could try and feed off of your fear. They also like Halloween for this reason, but that's another topic. The one thing these negative entities are scared of is positive loving energy. Not necessarily relationship love, but universal love. Think of your pet when you give it a hug or pet it. That's the energy. Anyway, my story. I was renting a place and didn't know, but there was a lot of negative people around me in this building. Smokers. I would do my positive meditations at night and then sleep. I would usually get attacked and I couldn't move, but I could feel an entity feeding off of me. Their goal is to make you scared and feed off of your fear, in parentheses, loosh again. This is food to them. Kind of like, like laughing. It's good energy for you. One night I'm sleeping and I felt my body constricted, like almost a snake. I couldn't move and I couldn't wake up, which is common. I'm being attacked by a negative entity. It doesn't like my positive energy. In the astral dimension, there's no time and my ego is totally gone. I felt totally helpless, basically. The negative entity tried to scare me and it said something like, "Your family doesn't love you." At this point, I knew what to do. Started sending as much positive loving energy as I could, and I swear to God it worked. The more I sent, the less my body was constricted. Couldn't tell how much time passed, but I kept sending the energy like a beam of light. Eventually, my body was completely freed, and I instantly woke up. And from that day forward, I knew that negative entities exist, and I have to watch the energy I'm sending out. One more story. A year later, I moved back home, did my usual meditation, went to bed. I was no longer afraid of these entities, but that night I got attacked by another. This was the most powerful negative entity I've ever faced. The usual happened. I couldn't move or open my eyes, and it started stealing my energy. I knew what to do, but this thing was fighting back. I could feel its weight on my body. Kept sending my positive energy, but it was sending its own back. It was like two lightsabers grinding against each other. But the lightsaber was my entire body. It took everything I had out of me. This thing wouldn't leave. I don't know how much time passed, but eventually I could control my body, but I could feel it trying to suck me back into its grip. I knew it would keep attacking me, and at this point I put on the most powerful meditation music I could. It gave me enough of a boost to scare it off. Anyways, the energy you're sending out is important. Send out positive energy, and they have no chance against you. I won't argue on your last point, but I will push back on quite a few of your former points. Think about it. Sweet dreams. Paranormal M brings you stories that challenge the boundaries of reality. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications for haunting episodes every week. Are you ready to be captivated by the unexplained? Mysterious calls. Who is using my voice? For some years now, I've experienced a phenomenon that still follows me to this day. It was December 2019 when I was doing something we call the Novena de Navidad. In Colombia, a ritual for the anticipation of December 24th. After the celebration, one of my friends called my phone. But since I was outside, I stared at it for a moment. Then I put it into my pocket. When I got home, I returned the call to that friend, who, upon hearing my voice, said, "Are you happy again?" Immediately, I asked her what that was all about. She told me that just a while ago I'd been feeling sad. My suspicions grew because I hadn't spoken to this friend in about a week. I asked her what she meant since we hadn't talked for quite a while. To my surprise, my friend said that just a few seconds ago she had hung up on the phone with me. I immediately checked my call history, but only that missed call from my friend was there. I kept asking her until facing her, I asked her to send me a screenshot of her call history. Surprisingly, there it was. A call lasting a few minutes made from my phone. According to my friend, I had first greeted her and said I was playing, like LOL, I guess a video game I really enjoyed at the time. Then, after my friend responded, the person on the other end of the phone, whose voice she swore was exactly the same as mine, asked about another one of my friends, a friend that we both knew. The call ended in a rushed goodbye because my friend read the message I sent once I got home. Thought it was strange that I'd sent it while talking to her. Once she finished telling me the story, we tried to recreate the phenomenon again and again, but we only managed to get someone on the other side picking up for a few seconds with no sound at all. Happened again the next morning. My second friend called my phone while I was asleep. Someone with my exact voice started singing while showering on the other end. I, on the other hand, was still asleep. When I woke up, I only had a message from my second friend saying I should call her when I was done showering. I quickly interrogated her. The same phenomena occurred. The call was registered in her phone, but not in mine. I asked her the same questions. Someone with my exact voice was answering the calls that I couldn't. The phenomenon didn't occur again until December 2023. I came back from work tired, and after doing the well-known Novena de Navidad, I called one of my friends. When she answered, I heard nothing but her younger, distorted voice. Naturally, I hung up. Later, she returned the call, and when I asked her about the distorted call, she denied having even called me. I had the call in my history, but she didn't. Then, in December of 2024, I was on my way to my partner's house because she had asked me to come over. When I arrived, I noticed that she wasn't there. When I asked her about it, she told me that I had called her to tell her to come to my house. All this was from my number and with my voice. A call I didn't make, and unlike my previous cases, it didn't show up in her call history. Worth mentioning that throughout the years, I have had different contact numbers and phones. That's uncomfortable. I encountered something when I was 6. I've created a brand new account, for this is often like to write research papers, and I don't really want my admission of this encounter to discredit any of my future papers. When I was a child, I lived in a very distressing environment. My father, although not violent, was extremely manipulative and verbally abusive to me and my mother. My mom did the best job she possibly could of shielding me from the damage he did to those around him, but it still left me with terrible anxiety and depression from a very young age. I remember multiple instances where I hallucinated distressing things, but none of them were truly unexplainable. When I was 4, my doctor prescribed me a high dose of prescription-strength Benadryl. It's not suitable for children. I theorize it's because of this that the first night I took them, I hallucinated a writhing, slithering carpet of spiders covering the floor. I had that exact same thing. Needless to say, my mom never took me back to that doctor and began taking me to actual specialized pediatricians. Later in my life, at the age of 10, I experienced sleep paralysis. I don't remember much of it, but I remember seeing shadow people staring at me from the darkest parts of my room. Despite these encounters, only one is truly unexplainable to me. No medication, no sleep paralysis, nothing. One night when I was 6 years old, I couldn't sleep. This was normal for me, but this time I felt as if I was being watched. At some point, an hour or so into the night, I got thirsty. I still felt as if I was being watched, but at the time, I didn't think these fears were rational. My anxiety often mimicked this feeling. I walked into the hallway and immediately felt an immense drop in temperature. This wasn't unusual, though, as my room was far better insulated than the rest of the house. I continued making my way to the kitchen to get a glass of water, but I stopped as soon as I saw it. The living room was directly next to the kitchen. They were separated by one thin wall, so you could see the kitchen and the living room from the hallway. In the middle of the living room, standing in the center of the room, was a massive humanoid shadow creature. It was extremely skinny and roughly 9 feet tall. It had to bend over to fit under the ceiling. It had a face that was constantly smiling. In fact, the face was the only part of it that wasn't completely pitch black. It stared at me, smiling, as I stood there, completely unable to fathom what I was even looking at. And then it waved. That's when my survival instincts kicked in. I spun around and ran as fast as I could back to my bedroom. I couldn't really hear it move, but I could feel it getting closer to me. I slammed my door shut as I got in my bedroom, and I immediately slid underneath my bed. I watched the crack under the door from under my bed, unmoving. I watched as its feet stood at the door before it slid underneath the door. It was as if it lost all shape and became a two-dimensional puddle of pure darkness. This formless puddle approached my bed before the creature went back to what it was before and stood in front of my bed. It reached its hand under the bed and wrapped its fingers under the foot of the bed. I could only watch in horror as its eyes and smiling mouth poked out from under the bed. I screamed as loud as I possibly could as it did this, and a few seconds later, my mom came bolting into the room. As she opened the door, the creature vanished. I cannot explain what I saw that day, nor can I ask anyone to believe it. But I wanted to put it out there somewhere, and I figured this would be a pretty good place to do so. Have a good night, everyone. Boring ghost. So, I live in one of the older apartment complexes in Portland. It's built in the 40s after the war. I've lived here for a little bit over 5 years, and from day one I could tell that there was someone else in the apartment. I chalked it up to a mischievous ghost and tried to placate it by acknowledging it. But the prank started to interfere with day-to-day life, and after a few incidents I attempted to clean up the space. My then roommate tried to chalk it up to me misplacing things and being a pothead, until it started messing with him. When guests started noticing, I became more adamant that there was a ghost, started warning people to keep an eye on their things. Examples mainly included things being moved around and lost, wallets, keys, shoes, phones, cigarettes. pretty much all the things you need to leave the house on time. The most common things that would happen would be something like this. You're getting ready to go to work. You put your keys, your wallet, and your phone in the chain, and then you go brush your teeth. When you come back to leave, one of those things are missing. So you tear the whole house apart, and when you're back to the chair, bam! Your keys, wallet, phone have been found, but in a weird spot that they couldn't have got back to without help, like under the chair or under a cushion. Guests would wake up in the morning to find their shoes had not only moved, but separated and hidden. Like they'd leave their shoes at the end of the bed, and then in the morning, one shoe would be in the kitchen, the other would be deep under the couch. My friend, who was my roommate when we moved in, actually had an actual meltdown once. He adamantly did not believe in ghosts. He thought I was moving his cigarettes and keys and hoodie and bike lock to fuck with him. I'm no sadist, and I don't smoke. He moved out after a little under a year. Couldn't ever explain why stuff kept getting moved. My super skeptical engineer boyfriend, who scoffs at my mystical bent, has also had a few experiences that he keeps trying to explain away, but can't quite do it. The overt activity had stopped since I did a cleansing ceremony, which in itself bears mentioning. This was about 7 months ago. I burned sage and lit a candle in a small glass of votive. An old dear friend had made this. I decided to burn the sage and hold the candle while I repeated a prayer that's important to me. I decided to say the prayer 3 times, and during the 3rd recitation, the glass votive exploded in my hand. Luckily, I wasn't hurt and pushed through the final recitation despite my shock. Since then, another experience I don't feel like typing because of my hand, and the activity was mostly stopped, except the following. My alarm clock radio station keeps getting changed, which boyfriend keeps trying to pass off as temperature changes, in which I could accept as an explanation, except that sometimes it switches to AM, which requires a button flip, not just a dial adjustment. And the kicker, the reason I'm finally writing this, that's because this morning, and other mornings, it switched just to static. So I sleep through it, and only does that when I really need to be up for something, like when I have a doctor's appointment, or when I need to be at work early. And for those of you asking, why don't you just use the alarm clock on your phone? Well, super skeptical engineer boyfriend bought me the alarm clock because phone alarms are inexplicably, randomly unreliable in my apartment. But not his, or anyone else's. So this morning I woke up a half an hour late, just murmuring quiet static. I still don't feel that this presence is malevolent, just attention-seeking. Scary condos. I once was so deeply in love with this girl that we always stayed in her house, and I would literally miss school to be at her house. And in her bed, I'll always have a spot for you. But her house always gave me literal creeps. It would always make me feel like I was being watched the second I walked up those steps. Couldn't for the life of me stay there alone when she was at work. I would always see orbs in her room and wake up at around 2 or 3 a.m. almost every night with the feeling of breathing on my face. I believe it was an old woman who used to live in the house before the condos got put up there, and she'd just be mad at everyone. I've had multiple friends leave the property over seeing this woman or feeling weird about the condo complex all the time. Well, anyways, I'd always see stuff like one night we'd just be driving around late at night on a road, and I knew this road by heart. Never seen anything out of the ordinary. But this night was different. We drove up this hill and we'd seen a woman walking, which is really not normal. And this was a nice neighborhood. Never ever seen walkers or bikers on this road. But this woman had an attire like she was in the 50s. Had a polka dot dress on and a pink purse. She also had, puffed up hair. A perm. It's like they did it in the 50s. We drove past her and I seen her eyes, and they're completely black. No whites in the eyes whatsoever. I had the hairs on my arms stick straight up, and we drove faster and faster to get away from that woman. Long story short, I ended up having to move away from this girl to be able to stay at my own place, and the night I got away, my ceiling fan, which had been broke for 2 years with no movement whatsoever, turned on at 3:30 a.m. Started spinning backwards. Stood up from the room and demanded the sport leave my house in the name of Jesus. I think they meant spirit. That I wasn't afraid of it, or I wasn't in that experience. I've just went to this girl's house again, nor have I spoke to her. And we really were in love. I just couldn't imagine being taunted for the rest of my life. The UFO from 7 years ago. A cancer survivor story. I was camping with an ex in 2015. It was very late, probably 1 a.m. or later. Her cousin and her boyfriend were in a tent on the property that we were at. A small lake on a private property owned by my ex's grandpa in the sticks of Freeburg, Illinois. Our tent had a hole with a screen that you could watch the sky from. I've went back to this story so many times. It was blocked from my memory for at least 3 or 4 years after it happened. Keep that part in mind. I noticed something in the sky. I thought it could be a plane, but the more I stared, the more I noticed it was completely circular, with a constant dim white light in the very middle and nothing else. But I could clearly see the outline of the ship from the moonlight. I asked her, "You see that?" She said yes. That very moment, it stopped above the tent, and its light just became like staring into all the dead lights but white. Within what seemed like a few seconds, the light went to its original glow, and the craft went from a prone position to out of sight within 5 seconds. I remembered nothing else after that night. I remember seeing that light and seeing it leave. Never talked about anything. The next morning, you'd think you'd have to be like, "Dude, do you remember that fucking craft?" It wasn't until really years later, while I was stuck in St. Louis University Hospital undergoing chemo for leukemia, and I just came back. Then it hit me. How silent that craft was. We were camping far away from people for miles. That craft, a normal craft, would have shaken her tent being so close. And now I speak on the maybe 5 months later, I'm puking up blood at my friend's house for over a day. I didn't have insurance, and I was afraid of hospitals because, well, people die there. Months passed. My ex and I broke up months before that night. By April of 2016, when I saw a doctor, I saw that craft in 2015 in July, I was diagnosed with leukemia, basically homeless and suicidal. I attempted such and failed, obviously, tried to put off treatment until November of 2016. I wasn't supposed to make it according to statistics, but that's what they told me. The few I had who cared check on me. I met my wife, a total stranger, over Facebook the day I checked in. A few days later, she met me in person. I told her of all of my troubles, all of my wrongdoings, all of my flaws, and that I was dying. She still met me. Within days, I no longer wanted the cancer to win. She gave me hope. I finished reading the Harry Potter series a few months and officially becoming a reader. And not long after, I read IT, or It. That was my first Stephen King book. I then collected most of them over the years, and I was never supposed to have children after chemo, yet we're blessed with 2. That's because almost 7 years later, that stranger's my wife. I think maybe, did this craft give me radiation sickness and therefore leukemia, a blood cancer that isn't passed down through genes? I say maybe. And maybe did they do other things to me I can't remember? And also maybe, did they save my life? This isn't some story I made up. This is as real to me as anything. This is the past 7 years of my life, and I don't think for certain it was a craft that did it, but maybe it was. Regardless, I may not be in the best shape health-wise. My best friend passed away in 2014. I was in school at the time, so I was distraught and didn't know how I would carry on living. To this day, even being married with kids, I'm still feeling like my life is just an epilogue, like my life was paused that day and found out he died. I Fair to say I was gutted. Anyways, I got really into my PC gaming and would play Counter-Strike with my other friends the friends I met in college. And it's funny because thinking back on it, I never felt alone, even when it was just me and my friends and all of us being busy. One night I dreamt about him. He met me at the Spear Pillar, the location from a Pokemon game we both loved. He hugged me, and it was as if he was his young self and had matured while being 2 or 3 years on the other side. I felt his stubble against my cheek, and it was very surreal. Further on, he told me I needed to stop worrying and that he's always with me, be it on the bus, chilling at home, or at college. He said he was always there. Then he said something that quite frankly blew my mind. He mentioned how it's nice of me to keep the spot at the end of my bed clear for him to sit down on. It's his favorite spot every night. He loves watching me play CSGO, especially with my mates. The conversations made him laugh, and he said no matter where I am, he'll find me and keep me company. Crazy because subconsciously I'd always clear my bed, and bearing in mind my room wasn't always the tidiest. As an adult, I've gotten better at being tidy. I'm so glad to have met him, and even when I'm away on deployment or even putting my kids to bed, I still feel him around, and it makes me feel happy and very nostalgic. In 2017, I got a tattoo dedicated to him too. It was my first ever tattoo. I just miss my friend. Was it supposed to happen? So my brother passed away in March of 2020. He was 18 years old, and it was due to a car accident. So many weird things going on pertaining to his death. He was ejected from the car, and his body landed in front of a house with the address number 777. When you look at the address on Google Maps, a Subaru was driving by that address at the time Google took the photo. My brother also drove a Subaru. My cousin was best friends with my brother. My cousin's girlfriend's sister was the car coming the other way, and the sister found my brother. Out of everybody who could have been passing by at the time, it was someone we knew. Another young man passes away due to an accident less than a quarter mile down the road from my brother's accident. Me and my family thought the best way to process our grief was to see a psychic medium. It was a group session. My family, the last ones to be seated, well, and of everybody we could have been seated next to was the mother of the kid who had died by my brother's side. What do you think of these coincidences? Is it the universe speaking? It's always speaking. Do ghosts mimic voices? I've encountered this on a few different occasions. So this started about a year ago. I'd recently moved to my girlfriend's house in the sticks of Pennsylvania. She and her 2 children had moved to the home. That was about 2 years prior. She bought the house on foreclosure, and she redid most of it. The only info she got was an elderly woman and her daughters lived there previously. If I were to guess, the house was built maybe the 60s or the 70s. Could be older. So this is what's going on. She's a teacher, so her and the kids are outdoor at about 8:30 a.m. at the latest. I leave for work at around 10 a.m. I'm usually in the back bedroom, maybe getting ready for work alone. And I've literally heard the front door open and my girl talking. I can never make out what she's saying. It's just the exact sound of her coming in the door with her keys. It's wild. Thing is, she's not home. Nobody is. My pit bull is also alerted by this and runs to the door before I even hear it. My dog also will go right up to the door and growl sometimes. That's when no one is there. I would think that she forgot something or come home from work early, and I would go greet her, but nothing's ever there. This has happened maybe 4 or 5 times in the year. Since I've become aware of it, nothing has happened. That was until we got back from our trip from North Carolina. First night back, we get home, and we're relaxing, kids are in bed, my girl's asleep, and I'm kneeling by the bed, and my phone's catching up on some work emails. The dogs are at my mother's house because she's watching them since we were gone. And I repeat, the dogs are not home. I distinctly hear my pit bull or something growl. I first let it go as maybe it's my imagination. I hear it for a second time. The only way I can describe it is as being almost identical to what it sounds like when my pit hears something at the front door. Like a curious growl. At this point, I'm like, okay, what the I just continue doing my thing. Then I hear it clear as day, like it's like a fucking growl. Now I'm bugging out. Like no one else seems to hear or witness the stuff, and why is it only me? I instantly wake my girl up and tell her what happened. So we sit to listen, and of course we don't hear it again. Nothing's happened since. I don't know, maybe I'm just bugging, but it's super weird, and any info would be greatly appreciated. Nightmares and mimics. I've never really known about mimics until I read a post on here from a Redditor hearing their child in another room. This was super alarming for me to read up about. I have a few questions hopefully somebody can enlighten me with. When I was younger, less than 10 years old, I would wake up in the middle of the night or even be chilling in my room and would hear my dad aggressively yelling my name. As I'd go out and ask if they called for me, it would usually be a no. I always thought it was my head playing games, but for something to sound so real and terrifying like I was in trouble haunted me. During this time of my life, I would also experience terrible nightmares that seemed very physical. My room's the first room of the only hallway in a very small house. This, I wouldn't even call it a dream, would happen multiple times a month for years. I could be dreaming of anything good or bad, whatever, and I'd hear aggressive running and stomping down the house. It'd be coming toward me. Swing open my door and almost felt like it jumped on me, as I said. Felt like big sacks of flour being thrown on my back. And it was always when I was laying on my back toward the door. I'd turn around, my door was closed as if nothing happened, but I felt it. As I started to grow a little, I would experiment and would cover the back of my head and ears with a blanket, thinking that if they didn't see me, they'd leave me alone. It cut down, but it didn't stop completely. It's done now, and I can't remember the last time I've ever experienced a problem with that, or something similar. So I know it wasn't sleep paralysis. Any tips or anybody possibly know what this was that traumatized me by sleeping with my back away from the door? Ask Reddit. A bit of a backstory. The house used to have a couple of apartments. One of those tenants murders his wife in the house. He's arrested and thrown in prison for many, many years. Grandparents later move in, remodeled, and pass it on to my mom when I was born. Here are a few encounters that stand out. The guitar incident. My brother 8 and I 12 were about to go sleep. He just starts crying uncontrollably. He's saying he's scared to go to sleep. He looked and sounded genuinely so, suddenly upset, and he's normally very calm. I finally help calm him, and we both fall asleep. A few hours later, my brother wakes up crying again and gets out of bed and wakes me up. As soon as I opened my eyes and sat up, my guitar that was hanging on the far wall about 8 feet away smashes against my headboard as though somebody lifted it and threw it hard at my head. We both screamed, but I chalked it up to my fault for hanging it wrong. But I knew it could have lifted itself up, or that it couldn't, and then it propelled itself forward. Stayed awake the rest of the night thinking every possible explanation that could have made that happen. I used to always have vivid nightmares about a scary woman who seemed to always be in my mom's walk-in closet. She'd come out at night and hurt my mom. One time, she was putting needs into her pincushion. Needles. When she was hauntingly and rapidly punching my mom's face, but it was like Mike, my mom was made of clay. So she'd get horrendously distorted, and when she was trying to escape the room to get my brother and sisters, but my mom was there. She couldn't get to us, which was odd considering the door of the closet was just an accordion door. One day, my mom's siblings and I were downstairs eating lunch, and that's when my middle sister, who's 4, comes downstairs crying hysterically. They say that there's something scary in Mom's closet moving the door. So my mom and I go check it out, with all the siblings and all that creeping behind me. I opened the door, about to go in, watching to see if there's any movement. Nothing happened, so I started to walk toward it, and the door started to move the slightest bit, and I paused. Then all of a sudden, it looked like there was a crowd of people behind that door punching with all their might to get out. The door came out of the tracks on the top and the bottom. The rattle noise was loud and rapid, like it was a machine gun. The unfathomable fear I felt physically made me ill. We ran as fast as we possibly could out of that house to the neighbors. We had the neighbor go in and check if somebody or something was in there. They checked it out, saw nothing but a beaten-up door off its tracks. Moved about a month later. These were only touching the surface of the many experiences that we've had, from orbs to lights turning on and off and doors locking and unlocking themselves. Very inconvenient. If you'd like to hear more, let me know. Rhythm rooms. This is a really strange experience I've had quite a few times in my life, but less and less so as I've become older, to the point now where it's been at least 4 or 5 years since the last time. It's only lasted a few minutes then. I want to know if anybody else has experienced something similar. The best way I can describe it is a feeling that I've temporarily jumped into a parallel universe. It's where everything looks the same. There's one key difference. It feels like the room has a heartbeat. Every other sound and sensation becomes pulled into line with this rhythm. My own heartbeat feels like it starts to synchronize. Even the thoughts in my own head, I hear them as if they've been quantized to a grid set by a rhythm that's happening. When in a rhythm room, I feel compelled to remain seated. Instinctively don't want to explore that universe any further or find out what, if anything, is beyond the door. So far, it's only ever happened at home, and only when I'm very still. It used to happen semi-regularly when I was trying to fall asleep. When I was a lot younger, those episodes felt like they went on for hours. But it's also happened in the daytime, like when I've been sitting still and I usually snap out of it and back to reality within a few minutes. Quite a distressing sensation, and one that's difficult to describe clearly. The Scarred Woman of the Girls' Restroom. Their story. One day in the girls' restroom, a girl and her gay friend were freshening up when the friend littered. Suddenly, a scary woman with a scarred face appeared and became furious. The incident was reported to the school administration. The story spread among the students. The guard even recounted the incident, and they burned incense in the restroom that night to appease her. My own encounter and story. If you've seen my previous post, you'll know this is the time I frequently encountered ghosts. This happened during my second year of college, but I sensed something scary about that restroom from the moment I first enrolled. Can't quite describe the feeling. Heavy sense of dread when entering, so I rarely used it. Though the other 2 restrooms also had a strange atmosphere, albeit a bit less intense. One day, or perhaps a week later, we were just waiting for our next class. I decided to stay in the corridor while my classmates were either absent or searching for available classrooms because ours was occupied. The corridor is right next to that restroom, and fearing I'd miss my classmates if they found a room, I decided to use it. As I put one foot in the doorway, I saw her face, completely scarred. I saw her in the window. I immediately ran out next to the restroom. It was an open basketball court. You might think it was a prank, but the window's on the outside overlooking the open court. If someone had been playing a trick, I would have seen them running away near the restroom window. But there was no one there. This was during class time, so few students were around. Additional information. Of course, as usual, I didn't tell anyone. People often dismiss ghosts as non-existent, and I understand that, so I kept quiet. However, I have confirmation of what I saw. Don't usually bring up the topic, but it eventually comes up in conversation, and people's descriptions often match what I've seen. Someone who owns a business near the school mentioned janitress who died in a fire there. Janitor? I didn't know those were gendered. One of my classmates also recounted the incident in the restroom, sharing that information with us. I know it might sound unscared and boring to read, but experiencing it firsthand is entirely different. I had a horrifying experience with something unknown. Anyone ever encountered this type of entity? My best friend and I took a short vacation to the northern part of Mitten in Michigan. Last night we decided to go to this old cemetery that my dad always took us kids to when we were younger. That way we could explore and do something a little bit spooky. My dad also went there as a kid with his siblings, so we have a long history of adventuring here. I know this place like the back of my hand. The cemetery is down a good 20-plus miles of rough dirt and 2-track roads. Hard to stumble onto without knowledge of its existence. There are no houses nearby for miles, and there's usually forest-dwelling creatures in the area. The occasional elk and sometimes black bear, though I've never seen one. We pulled into the cemetery. It's 8 o'clock and the sun has set since. We parked and we got out. The two of us are always side by side in everything we do, as we like to experience things together. For some reason, we said nothing to one another, and I felt drawn back to the far right corner of the cemetery. She walked straight out and more to the left. I found a cool grave with some fake flowers that I was examining, and when I noticed how deafeningly quiet it was, I couldn't hear crickets or anything anymore, like I was in some weird bubble. As I'm standing there, I heard the fake flowers at the grave rustling as if there was an animal in them. The flowers being right at my feet were easy for me to shine my light down into and see if there was no critter hiding in them. As I was inspecting them, they shook again. I just got the feeling like whatever this was telling me I needed to go walk back to my friend. I started walking to find my friend and could see her light coming up over the small hill. She was trying to signal something to me. When we met up, she told me that while she was looking around, she heard what sounded like a woman moaning or softly shouting. It was like a long, drawn-out note or something like that she described it. Said it was coming from where I was. I didn't hear this noise at all because of the quiet bubble I seemed to be in. It was all interesting that we both had an experience that made us feel like we needed to find each other. As we're standing there talking about what we experienced, we hear loud branches snapping and rustling from this patch of trees and bushes to our left about 40 feet away. This spooks us, so we start speed walking toward the car. My friend shielding her face from the direction of the cluster of trees and bushes, and I didn't want to take my eyes off of it in case it was something dangerous like a bear. As I peer around her, I see what looks like a person standing at attention, but with nothing from the waist down. No legs, and it's just hovering there in the bushes. It looked the way something does when the moon hits it, kind of glowing and shimmering, but also not solid, almost like it's made up of fog or something. And I will note that there are no large gravestones in this area. There's only a few in the cemetery, and they're in the back where she had initially explored. So at this point, we're just full-on sprinting back to the car. We open the doors, but then feel compelled to not get in. It was like even though we wanted, we just were both overtaken by something and couldn't move at all and just stood there. We both remembered thinking, the fuck, and why am I not getting in the car? Why do I suddenly feel like I just want to be out of here, exposed to whatever this is? These next events happen very fast, one after another. So we're standing there, and she hears the sound that I wouldn't even know how to describe, as I'd never heard it. It was behind us near the entrance to the cemetery. Then I noticed that in the other direction, one of the huge trees in the very middle of the cemetery was blowing around in the wind. No other trees were moving at all. There was no wind. We comment about feeling like we're surrounded and being watched from everywhere. We return our attention to the cluster of trees and bushes where I saw the figure and noticed a smaller figure on the ground. It's shining like it was in moonlight, crawling on the ground. It flickered in and out of existence. It was like a faint bluish-white color, semi-transparent but solid enough where it would mostly block out the small gravestone. We grabbed each other's hands and just stared at this thing for what felt like only a few moments before it disappeared and then manifested about 10 feet closer to us than it was before. It just suddenly faded back into existence right in front of us. This was when we finally broke free of whatever weird spiritual hold we felt like was on us. Scrambled to get into the car. We sat there freaking out, and she's fumbling through her bag to find her keys, and finally gets into the car. Gets the car started. We don't see anything anymore, and we sat there for a couple of minutes debating whether or not we should get out of the car again. Against all of her instincts, as this energy had been experiencing felt so dangerous, she rolls her window down and comments about how it seems like the cemetery got so much darker than it was just a few moments ago. It's like a thick ultra-black darkness you reach out and grab. It's so hard to explain. My eyes sort of trailed up to a tree near the original grave I'd heard. I'd seen the rustling of fake flowers at earlier. Saw the same bluish-white, foggy-ish figure reach its hands around the tree and pull its head and part of its torso out from behind this tree and stare at us. It was at least 20 feet off the ground. The tree was a tall red pine with no climbing branches. We immediately peeled out of the cemetery, drove back to the cabin. Both felt disassociated and strange. What happened was so chaotic and terrifying that it was hard to process. So we're stuck on the timeline. We got out of the car and we only adventured for 5 minutes at the most before we had our first experiences and met with one another. That was followed by the noise and the torso and the quick sprint to the car. And this part maybe only took 2 or 3 minutes. So when we get to the car is when it gets weird because everything happens so quickly in succession. The noise heard by the entrance, the lone tree moving, my dog barking because there's another dog like a mile away barking. Then a neighbor cutting meat or something. Back to the story. The small entity crawling on the ground, it couldn't have been more than 10 minutes. So it's about 15 minutes, 20 at most, if I'm being generous. That's all exploring and being terrified before we ended up just leaving. But it was 9:09. I looked at the time on the dash, and as soon as we got out of the gates, got into the cemetery, 8:06, so where did the other 40 minutes go? We've gone over it, and there's absolutely no way we were there for an hour. There's just no way. Felt like we were being heavily affected by something in there, and we lost time. We're both of sound mind, not crazy. We ghost hunt a lot, do a lot of exploring, and don't spook easily. I've never experienced anything like this. Felt like just a barrage of energy intensity, and my friend describes it as whatever it was seemed hungry. Gives me the chills. Felt like it was trying to put us into some altered state so it could get us. Now, I don't know what that means because I don't know what this or these things were, so who knows what it wanted, or what getting us would have even meant. But I'm wondering if anybody's experienced feeling this way around any certain type of entities or cryptids or skinwalkers. At this point, I'm just at a loss because it was just unreal. We have no idea what this was, or what we encountered. I know this sounds so crazy, but it's true. I don't know that I'll ever go out looking for the paranormal ever again. It really feels like it initially tried to split us up right off the rip. Feels like it was compelling us to do the opposite of what our instincts were telling us. Put us almost into a trance-like state where we could all just stare at this thing. It's crawling toward us, and then we just lost 40 minutes. We really wonder what would have happened if we hadn't snapped out of it and gotten into the car to leave. Reality truly felt completely altered by this thing. It's the most bizarre, terrifying thing I've ever experienced. I think there's a spirit in watching my 3-month-old son. I've been noticing some strange occurrences in our home, and I'm wondering if anybody else has experienced something similar. Feels like there's a spirit watching over, or at least interacting with my 3-month-old son. Here's why I think this. 1, my son reacts to something invisible when he's on the changing table. He often stares to his right and babbles or giggles just like he does when me or my partner talk to him. It's like he's interacting with someone. This hasn't happened as much recently, but it used to be a regular thing. 2, the baby monitor moved on its own. One night while my son was asleep in his room, the baby monitor physically moved. We had the motion sensing feature turned off, so it really wasn't that. It only happened once that I know of. 3, temperature fluctuations. His room is noticeably colder than the rest of the house, even when the heating is consistent. When he sleeps in our room, it sometimes gets unnaturally cold or even too hot. 4, strange noises at night. Twice now I've heard noises that sound like bats squeaking, but the sound's coming from inside the house. It always happens late at night when we're all in bed. 5, our bedroom door moves on its own. The door is closed by itself a couple of times. I assume it's from the air conditioning, as it's happened during the day. But last night while we were in bed, I distinctly heard it creak open. Can't explain that. Terrifying dreams with shadowy figures. I've had 2 vivid nightmares that left me screaming myself awake. In one, a shadowy figure came out from under my bedside table. In the other, it entered the room through our bedroom door. My partner told me I was shrieking like a child in both instances. 7, sleep paralysis experiences. I've also had sleep paralysis twice in my life, though not recently. Both times I felt a strong presence in the room with me. First time it happened, I was only young, but I can remember seeing everything as if it had red lenses on. The second time was when I was in my early 20s. I'm laying in bed when I heard the door open and it felt like somebody was pacing around my bed. Honestly thought somebody had broken into the house. Managed to break the paralysis, turn my light on, no one was inside. I'm not sure if this was connected to what's happening now, but it's worth mentioning. Weird experience at Camp Turk, New York. I saw someone on here, they were commenting on their experience with Camp Turk a couple of years ago on here. So I figured I'd share my weird story too. I don't think it's anything crazy, but some of you might find it interesting. It might get buried, but I hope somebody finds it cool. A little bit of information before you read. Before I took the job for the summer, I had little knowledge about the camp. I knew that it was owned by a Masonic temple to help the kids, and I knew it was an hour from Utica, near an old forge. It wasn't until I got there that I heard a bunch of far-out stories from people who tend to the campgrounds, and I didn't really know what to make out of it. They always sounded too crazy for me, but I guess that's just me. I think at point the camp was a nursery for orphans, but couldn't find anything online about that. So anyway, to the story. So, I was a camp counselor there a couple of years ago. It was a really fun experience, except for one night in particular. I'd always believed in stuff like this before, but it was very chilling when it happens to you in real life. I was a counselor for the older group of kids called the Topping Cabin, and during training week, we stayed in our cabins and go to bond with our coworkers. One night in particular, everybody went to go hang out in the church and the grounds, while I went to go shower before I joined everyone. Anyway, I'm by myself in the cabin, getting a scope of the place when I hear someone walking down the cabin. I turn around, thinking it was my co-counselor, but no one was there at all. The steps were so loud, I could have sworn an actual person was walking down that hallway. I think it's my co-counselor messing with me, but Nobody was around. Beside all of this, I get ready for the shower, and as soon as I start making my way down the hall to the other side of the cabin, I walk through the door. A chilling, heavy air just hit my body. My body felt heavy, and I began to feel sick. Never felt like this ever. 1 second I'm fine, the next I'm walking through a cloud of weird cold air and I'm out of breath. I legit thought I was having an asthma attack. Go to my room, sit down, close the door, and as soon as I do, I hear running and banging down the hallway again. Yell at my co-counselor to stop messing with me, but again, no answer, and after no answer, I ran out of the cabin. Ran out as fast as I could, causing my chest to kind of feel tight, and gunned it straight to the church where everyone was. I told everyone what happened, and they all looked at me like I was crazy, and I don't blame them. They kept telling me about how there was a ghost named Rudy that was in the cabin. And apparently, he wasn't the only ghost at camp. I think there was also mention of a hat man at one cabin. I'm not really sure. The next morning, my body felt sore, and I felt hungover. But once the campers got there, everything went fine. There was also something about the toilets there, but nobody there could actually elaborate on that one. Also, I heard stories of a ghost with a hat and red eyes in a cabin called Beck Up. Apparently, he would turn on all the sinks and showers there. Also heard stories of a nurse in a cabin called Cabin Allen, and the kids would see a nurse, and at night feel the nurse put her hand on their forehead and chest to tend to them. Pretty far out stuff. So yeah, that's pretty much all of it. Like I said, nothing too crazy. Thought of it as a neat story, and the Camp Turk story for a couple of years ago inspired me to post about my experiences too. If anybody else has had stories about Camp Turk, please comment them down in the comments. Heading there to clean for the camp this weekend. Hearing stories about this place is really interesting from what I've heard. What could this be? I've lived in this house for 9, almost 10 years. We've had weird stuff happen before. But after a lot of work and went away. It's been years since anything actually super weird has happened. But recently, there have been weirder. But a month or two ago, my mom let my younger siblings start staying with us. I wasn't too happy about this. We didn't really know the girl, and I already hadn't liked her from how she acted and treated people. Plus, I'm pregnant and don't like letting basically strangers to live with us. Yeah, I agree. But I had to let it go. Throughout the month or month and a half that girl was staying with us, she wasn't the best person. My siblings' room at the time was the basement. I have the upstairs bedroom. My sibling likes to leave and be out literally all the time, so that girl would decide to invite herself upstairs to my room. Finally told her she needs to start sleeping downstairs somewhere. I don't care if it's the living room or the basement, just not my room. We ended up kicking her out maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. Shit's been weird again. So while she was here, I'm babysitting a couple of cats. They acted fine at first, until this girl started staying with us. Specifically upstairs. They started acting wild at night, would never be quiet, always knock stuff down. There's one night when one of the cats knocked some stuff into my head and started sleeping in the living room after that. Then after a few days, my bedroom door started opening and the cat started getting out. Thought nothing of it, like, well, maybe I didn't latch the door, or maybe the cat just don't know how to open a door, I don't know. The girl had ended up sleeping in the basement again till she left. Things were pretty normal up until about a week ago. About a week ago, I woke up at 5:13 a.m. because I had a nightmare. I don't remember what it was, but I woke up and I wouldn't go back to sleep because I was scared. My mom heard me get up and start digging around the kitchen for water. So she came out and asked me why I was awake. And also if I was okay. I just kept telling her I had a nightmare, but something doesn't feel right. Felt like someone was leaning over me. I pointed to the basement door area and kept saying, something doesn't feel right over there. but nothing and no one was there. We walked back over to the chair I'd been sleeping in, saw my cat's water bowl was pushed over, which in order to get to where I felt like someone was leaning over me, you have to push over my cat's bowl to step over it. We didn't think too much of it, just that my head was fuzzy since I woke up from a nightmare. We went back to bed, and when we woke up, my bedroom door was open. A few days later, I wake up again, 5:02 a.m. this time, from another nightmare. I remember this one clearly. Scared me pretty bad. I got up, got some water, went to go get something to eat. And as I was walking toward the plate cabinet I just opened, like out of nowhere, I picked up my cat and went and grabbed a plate. Oh, the drawer opened out of nowhere. In my head, my cat was only protection. Laughing my A off. Made some to eat, went back to sleep, woke up, my bedroom door was opened again. Ever since I told my mom that something seemed off over the basement area, the basement door has been opening. Even though we shut it and latch all the doors, my mom will sometimes hear my sibling or I holler for her. We wouldn't have had it all. We'd just ask her what she's talking about. I hear the voices now and then, but I try to ignore them. My mom will hear my sibling and I next to her saying, "Mama," since that's what we usually do. We need her. But we won't really be there. Earlier, my sibling and my mom were outside, so was my cat. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw my cat heading toward the chair to sit on next to me. I looked over, nothing there, remembered he was outside. My mom and sibling not too long after that left the house. I thought I saw a black cat running toward my chair. We don't have a black cat, and it wasn't there when I looked up again. My mom told me she thought she saw her boyfriend's chihuahua run across the floor last night, but he's a truck driver and always takes the chihuahua out with him. When my siblings and mom leave, or they're in their bedrooms, I feel a strong sense that somebody's still with me, watching me, next to me. Can't read a vibe, but I do get uneasy. Yesterday, my sibling was gone to a different town. My mom and I were looking at my baby clothes, talking about how, when I wash them, I need to go through and see which ones are outfits and fold and put them away. But while I was mid-sentence, my mom and I heard sibling's bedroom's door open, heard a cough, saw a shadow walk from the room to the opposite side of the kitchen. We looked and the siblings were still gone. My cat has also been acting weird lately. He'll sit in the kitchen and just stare at the wall like he's in a trance. I have to call his name and kind of poke him to get his attention. Or I'll just be taking a nap. When I take long naps, he'll just sit on the edge of the chair and watch me sleep the whole time. Just a couple hours ago, my mom's sobbing and I left just to come back to both of my siblings' doors wide open, so that's great. We've also been smelling cigarettes in our car, but none of us smoke. My man and I will hear things in my room, but he's skeptical, so he brushes them off and always has an explanation. Your car might smoke, though. A look back at my crazy effed daily life. I think even though the things that have happened are so difficult, well, at least difficult to understand, or in some cases, whether due to the absurdity or the meddling of other parties, difficult to even prove, I know more than ever who I really am and what life really is. Even though I'm faced with the future, which is honestly very bleak and dark, I can at least stand tall knowing that I spoke out the truth, and without it, I would have crumbled under the weight of illusions and lies that surround my existence. I only regret believing in myself and having faith in those many beautiful people who were in my life, always trying to show me what was real and trying as best as they could to expose the illusions and evil that pursued me for so long. Maybe if I didn't feel the need to look beyond myself for things as foolish as strength and knowledge, I would have seen the enemy long before they could do so much damage to those around me and myself. My short-sightedness is my only true weakness and my downfall. and I regret everything that it's caused to happen. It's a shame. The conditions and circumstances have brought such misfortune into my life and the lives of others, as I believe if even a single thing may have changed, I would be able to alter so much of my conduct and mentality to the point of even being seen and understood in an entirely different light. If not, of course, helped and healed all those around me affected by my parasitic relationship with what could only be called demons. Perhaps then I would have been so foolish as to see who were only helping or risks or threats to the point where they would depart from me. I'd still have a fighting chance in finding those true foes, those snakes in the grass, finally putting a stop to this once and for all. But I'd like to thank all those who put themselves in the way, simply to help me be able to see those shadows in the darkness. All these people were just showing me what they truly were. And though I may not be the person my family and I, to be honest, even my friends, want me to be, I can at least know that I'm not what those intruders, liars, possessors, and devils spent all these years to make me seem to be. To all those with the misfortune to never know me, even if they continue to spread all these slanderous lies against me, it prides me to know that there are those who, perhaps even without ever knowing me, can understand the tricks they use to make mountains out of molehills. Illusions out of nothing, they may perhaps continue to expose the conspiracy and tactics used against myself, and certainly against others in my position. More than anything, I pray those victims, the intimidated, understand conspiracies such as these, and of course for scapegoats like myself. My future is bleak. I don't know what may happen to me. All right. Anyone around me, or really where I may even end up, or in what condition, Amy being or perception I will have, I pray that, whoa, this is a little bit weird here. The truth shall be found, and so know myself within the light. The paragraph's a little bit weird. And yes, I was possessed as a young boy. I chose to walk in darkness, but I made my peace with God, and through others found the light within myself to turn back from that strange dark road, only to see I was led astray the entire time. I am who I am, and such cannot change. I can evolve and become better, and in so, maybe there is a chance to see my foes for who they are and fix my past mistakes. For now, I only pray, die a good death and live a good life and be the man my son would have deserved as a father. Rest in peace. Taking pride in... I think you might be emotional while you're writing this, so can't quite get the end of it. But I feel the energy part of what you're writing. Brother's smiling imposter. This happened quite a while ago, but I still get chills when I think of it. I was sitting in my brother's room before bedtime. This was in 7th grade. I was waiting for him to come in so we could go talk before going to sleep like we always did. All of a sudden, I saw him peek around the corner of the door and just smile. It was incredibly creepy and a very wide smile, which I found weird as he was very insecure of his mouth. This was pre-braces. The only light that was on was the one in my room. Well, and his room. They're right next to each other. So, in this lighting, it looked like the dark was engulfing him, leading his figure to seem blurry. At first, I was slightly weirded out and scared, but I quickly recovered, thinking this was him trying to scare me. It isn't out of character for that to happen, as I'm a massive scaredy cat. He loves to scare me by jumping out at me or make me, watch movies with jump scares. I threw the closest thing to me at him, a stuffed penguin toy. He just went back around the corner, the creepy smile remaining. A minute or two later he came back and I just sort of laughed and said, You're so scary. Don't do that again. He looked at me and got very confused. He said he had been somewhere else for the past few minutes. Don't remember where because of how long ago this was. We went back and forth with me and just convinced it happened, and him saying I probably imagined the whole thing as it was getting late and I was tired. The thing is, I know I didn't. The penguin plush was still there. He's walked right past it in the hallway and stepped over it. Other than my own account, there's really no other proof. He swears to this day years later that he didn't do it. I only really half believed him. So while most of this was in character and the smile is the one thing that wasn't, I need another opinion if sometimes just keeps me up at night. I'm wondering what the actual F was out in that hall. Anyone experience anything similar, or have any ideas what this imposter was? Please help. 2 stories I thought this community would enjoy. 1. A couple of months ago, around maybe June, me and my friend Fran went to the woods near my house. We were messing around recording videos and stuff, and I suddenly got chills and we planned to leave. I ran up the tall edge and started my way home. Then Fran yelled for me to come back and said, "Is that a bone?" I thought that she was talking about a plastic tube, so I slowly walked back down and shook my head. Then my vision shifted more toward my feet and I saw a skull. A skull that resembled either a horned deer or maybe a goat. It was only the skull, and there was a small ring around it. We didn't question it, and Fran, finding herself connected to the paranormal, decided to keep it. I kinda get that. Kinda don't. I thought it was rather odd. She held it wrapped in her jacket, and there was a small piece of the skull it didn't cover. Fran held that part against her own palm, and sure enough, she broke into a rash and get nauseous. Ugh. She said her palms felt as if they were held in fire. I began to get creeped out, yet went inside and into my room. Next day, she texted me. She brought it to her home. She said that she keeps seeing figures and had gotten kind of sick. She said she washed the skull, her parents found it and put it into the side of her house. A couple of days ago, I was at her house and the skull disappeared without notice. Might be the parents. 2. This was also with Fran. We were at an air bed and breakfast and I was showering. I swore I saw air as if it could move. I later found out that this was energy, but it looked like a black figure walking behind the curtain. Nothing. I was on edge and then I saw a feline-like form jump up onto the sink. Nothing. Kept calling Fran's name to make sure she was still there, listening to Weezer in the room over. I rushed out of the shower, changed, then told her everything. We used communication methods and figured out that there had been a portal. We didn't find this out till we were back from the Airbnb because portal and downstairs bathroom were the most repeated words. Fran described to me what the energy was, and since that I've been seeing it everywhere. The lights kept flicking and doors closed overnight, and I believe it was called a poltergeist. Let's just say that we were very happy to leave. A week ago, and Fran met back up and just told me that she walked into the Airbnb. The first thing she saw was a figure in a white dress. I don't know if anybody's still listening. I appreciate it. And whatever time it is, well, thanks. See ya. Enter the chilling world of Paranormal M, where darkness and mystery collide. Subscribe now and stay connected to our spine-tingling stories. Let the haunting journey begin. I grew up in a haunted house. I'm a 25-year-old female. I've got a few strange stories from my childhood that I think would fit perfectly here. I grew up outside the U.S. in a large old 4-story house. While I never really personally saw an apparition in the house, I did have some intense experiences, and many other people did too. One of the most common stories I was told about involved a little girl who was frequently seen around the house. I've always believed in the paranormal, but since I lived there and never saw a little girl, I thought maybe they were people exaggerating. That is until my dad told me his story. One night he woke up in the middle of the night. My mom had gotten up to use the bathroom, left the door slightly ajar, allowing a bit of light to spill into the room. As my dad turned over, something in the room caught his eye. Standing in the middle of the room was a little girl. She was dressed in a white nightgown, her face partially hidden by shadows. At first, he thought it was me. I was around 9 or 10 at that time. He remembered I wasn't even home that night. He said that a chill ran through him. Not knowing what else to do, he simply turned over and pretended to go back to sleep. When my mom came back to bed, she didn't see anything out of the ordinary. That wasn't the last time somebody mentioned seeing a little girl in the house. But it's one of the first moments that made me question if something or some things might be in the house. Out of curiosity, does anybody have any insight as to why so many people saw apparitions in my house? But neither my mom nor I ever did. For some context, here's the layout of my house. It was pretty big, about 4 stories tall. When you entered through the main entrance, you arrive in the second floor. That's where one of the living rooms, the kitchen, and the dining room were located. The 2 bottom floors had another living room, an office, and the lowest level a garden and pool. Top floor had the main bedrooms, guest room, my room, my parents' room. Now, that was all just connected to this balcony. Once you reached the top of the stairs, there was a small living room. Directly across from the stairs was my parents' room, and in the corner was a glass door that led to the balcony. To the left of the living room, a small corridor led to my room and my guest room. One day, my parents were away. So, my aunt and grandma stayed over for some days to keep me company. One night, we decided to go see a movie. It didn't come back until midnight. We were walking up the stairs, turning on the lights as we went. My aunt in front, my grandma behind her, me at the back. Just as we reached the top, my aunt suddenly froze. She stared toward the balcony and whispered, "Something's outside." We all turned to look as the stairway lights illuminated the living room and balcony door. She said that she saw a figure standing on the balcony through the glass door, watched as it walked into my parents' bedroom. My grandma and I didn't see anything, but the fear in my aunt's voice was enough to scare us. We immediately called the neighborhood security guard to check the room. He went in and searched every corner of my parents' bedroom and balcony. But of course, no one was there. My aunt swears up and down that she saw a tall man obscured by the darkness, standing on that balcony. Then he walked through the sliding doors into my parents' room. At first, he thought it might have been an attempted robbery, but after the security guard searched everywhere and found nothing, we started to question it. 1, our house was in a gated community with security and cameras, and they saw nothing. 2, the balcony was about 3 stories up from the ground, so there was no easy way to climb up there. 3, it would have been impossible for somebody to escape without being seen. No windows or doors were open, and we never left the upper floor after we got home. Whoever or whatever my aunt saw had simply vanished. I still don't know what she saw that night. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, or maybe it was something else. We all slept in the same bed that night. This is the 3rd story of my experience in my old house. I remember it a few nights ago after having a nightmare. I would say this was my first real encounter at that house. I still don't know what it was. I grew up as an only child. My parents often traveled out of town for work. I would stay with my nanny and usually invited my cousins over for sleepovers so I wouldn't get too lonely. At times, my parents would come back home late without telling me, assuming I'd be asleep. I always knew they were back because my mom would come into my room and check in on me. One night, my parents were away and my cousins were over. We started playing a game where one of us hid an object from the room. In this case, a piece of styrofoam behind the door. The other two had to find it. We found it pretty easily, since when we opened the door, the styrofoam squeaked. After some back and forth, we lost interest, chatted for a while, and eventually fell asleep, leaving the styrofoam behind the door. Later in the night, I woke up when my cousin needed to use the bathroom. I couldn't fall back asleep. Some moments later, I heard the styrofoam squeak as the door opened. I kept my eyes closed. After years of being caught playing my Nintendo DS late at night, I wasn't risking it, even when I wasn't doing anything wrong. The door opened slowly, but didn't swing all the way open. After a minute, it closed again. My cousin, also awake, peeked out and said it was my mom. Everything seemed normal. I eventually fell asleep. In the morning, I walked past my parents' room and I noticed that the door was open. The bed was made, which was unusual since I usually slept in. I searched the house, but they weren't there. Assuming that they'd gone out, I called my mom. "Hi, where are you?" "I'm at the hotel. We're about to leave." My heart dropped to my stomach. "You didn't come back?" "No, we were too tired to drive back." "Why?" I could hear the concern in her voice as she noticed my voice trembling. I explained that somebody had opened the door during the night. At first, she thought it was the nanny. I told her my cousin had seen her, and she hesitated before saying, "Actually, I did go back. I forgot, but I went to get something and I came back." She was lying, but I didn't want to worry her, so I just left it at that. After the call, I went to ask my nanny if she had come back and check on us at any point. Of course, she said no. When my cousin woke up, I asked if she had really seen my mom open the door. She said yes, that the hallway light was on. She saw a part of her face as she closed the door and explained that my parents hadn't spent the night there. We all went silent for a moment. Something felt off about the house. We didn't talk much about it after that, just tried to forget it. After that night, my cousins never spent the night at my house again. I got a witness. One day back in the mid-90s, I was like 13 years old. After school, playing video games with my best friend at the time, Miguel, we both saw something weird. To understand the story, the setup of the house entrance is pretty relevant. Front doors in the corner, next to a flat wall. So when you entered the house, you had two options. Go straight 7 feet to the stairs that would lead to the second floor, or go left into the living room, then to the dining room. So the wall's on the right side of the door, and it had a tall and thin mirror next to the door. But when the door was fully opened at a 90-degree angle, it would be parallel to the wall, leaving the mirror hidden, behind this door. So if you swung the door open hard enough, the doorknob would hit the wall, leaving a mark. I hope this description makes sense. On the left side of the door, there is a small one-seat couch. It was next to a little table with a landline phone and a phone book. Next to that was the main TV with the video game consoles, the original Nintendo, Super Nintendo, and Sega. I grew up Catholic. My friend Miguel was a Jehovah's Witness, but none of us were really that religious. We loved playing Mortal Kombat, reading X-Men comics, and listening to hard rock. Though I was more into 90s modern and he was sort of into 70s classic, our backgrounds were still somewhat different. Miguel and I were sitting on the carpeted floor in front of the TV playing video games. Then all of a sudden, My older brother, let's call him Dan, who's like 15, opened the door aggressively, slamming the wall next to it. He ran up the stairs, yelling something unintelligible. He left the door open, and I paused the game and asked my friend, "What did my brother say?" Miguel replied, "I don't know, I couldn't understand him." So I stood up and walked to the front, opened the door, and looked toward the stairs and yelled at my brother, "What?" No response. What'd you say? No response again. Dan? No response. I looked at my friend and I asked, "Did he talk to me when he came in?" Miguel answers, "I don't know, I couldn't understand what he said." So I continued my last attempt. At this point, I probably should have gone up the stairs to see, but I was a dumb teen, a bit lazy. I had a guest and a game on pause. So I just yelled louder, "Dan, what'd you say? Did you want something?" No response. Then all of a sudden the front door swung open, hitting me hard in the back without the doorknob. It hurt. It was my brother dashing in, shoved me out of the way without skipping a beat, yelling, "Move it, wuss!" Ran up the stairs loudly, slammed his bedroom door. I staggered a bit from the pain, and I looked at my friend, embarrassed for just being big brother bullied in front of him. He was staring back at me wide-eyed with his mouth slightly ajar. I asked, "What?" This is Miguel speaking now. "Your brother was already upstairs." Then the occurrence of everything hit me, and I closed the door slowly, and I said, "And the door was already open, right? He left the door open the first time." Miguel, "But if he left it open, and it was open, how did he open it again and hit you in the back?" I touched my back where the door hit me near the kidney. That's when he said that. "Is he upstairs now?" I asked. I took a step or two near the stairs and yelled, "Dan!" We hear my brother's door open, and he runs back down a bit slower this time, wearing shorts and sneakers and holding a baseball in his hand. "What do you want, wuss?" he said. "Did you just come in hitting me with the door and pushing me to the side, or did you just run up the stairs when you came in?" He answered, "You can't stand in front of the door with your back to it like that because you're going to get hit when someone opens the door. It's your fault. Tell Mom I want to go play baseball back at the school." And then he left. Stereotypical big brother interaction, I know. Miguel and I were left confused. We looked at each other, eyebrows raised, and he did come in first, right? I asked this doubtingly. Miguel said, "Fuck, that was hardcore scary. Are there ghosts in your house?" he asked. I knew there was paranormal activity in my house, but I'd never had an experience like that. Normally just a shadow here, shadow there. Appliances maybe turning on, finding things out of place, and I said, "Yes, but it's different." I opened the door against the wall, and we recounted what happened. The door was open like this, and I was standing here in front of it. I didn't close it, did I? I asked Miguel, and Miguel said, "No, because sunlight was coming in." I continued. I turned around and was yelling, and then we didn't see it close, but my brother opened it. Like it just appeared closed and he came in. Miguel, "That's impossible. It's like reality changed," he exclaimed. Back then, we didn't have the expression glitch in the matrix, nor terms like time skip. I might have used those terms then had I known them. I continued. He went upstairs yelling something, then he came in again and hit me and pushed me aside. Miguel, "Yeah, he came in the house and then came in again. Doesn't make sense." Then I asked, "Did you see the sunlight coming through the door fade away or something?" "I don't think so. I don't remember exactly. Like, it happened very fast, like in a second. Things were different, but never stopped continuing." After a bit more mulling over, we sat down and continued playing. We kept exclaiming stuff like, "That was weird." but at one point Miguel said, "Dude, I'm scared. I don't want to be here. Let's go to my house." So we left. Next couple of days, we just recounted our story at school and became our go-to story whenever quote-unquote spooky stories were shared. Never got the same cool reactions as the other more colorful stories people told featuring scary voices and Ouija boards and the ever-so-common "my grandpa saw blank blank in the wilderness." But we had what others didn't, a witness. We would look for each other for validation. It really did happen. You can ask Miguel. To this day, we're in our 40s and we've grown somewhat apart, but when I tell that story locally, I can still refer to him and say, "You can ask Miguel, he was there. It really did happen." Probably a mimic. Back in the mid-90s, I was 14. I lived with my parents and 2 older brothers. But my other oldest brother and his wife and toddler daughter, my niece Laura, they moved in with us for a short period of time. So we were 5 adults, 2 teens, and a toddler. My mom loved cooking, loved taking care of my niece even more. Her first grandchild, but she had a heart condition and other health problems. So carrying the little girl was just texting to her. So we'd try not to leave her alone with the baby just in case. Also, since we were so many, we would buy groceries in large amounts, like full trunk and back seat many. My newly moved-in older brother and his wife both worked, and the family's dismay at times left the baby girl in my mom's care without supervision. What about your mom? We were a bit privileged, so our house was kind of big, and I mean gardens, fountains, palm trees, guest apartment, parking for 6 cars, and unfortunately it was haunted. At least there's a catch. One day I get home from school, ready to drop off my book bag and change and leave with my friends. As soon as I opened the door, the sound of a busy kitchen and the smell of cooking food filled the house. Mom was cooking. My baby niece was in the living room on her baby walker unattended. She didn't need it. She could walk, but the walker would limit her movements and access to some spaces in the house. I yelled, "Mom, I'm home." Mom yelled back, "That's good." I asked for my brother and dad, and Mom replied, "They went to buy groceries." I sighed. I wouldn't be going out. I'd be staying home and watching over my niece while my mom cooked. So I picked her up, watched cartoons, got Cheerios for her to snack, and gave her a box of juice. After longer than an hour, and I know this because we watched more than, 2 30-minute cartoon shows, we started playing chase. We'd run around a couch, one way and then reverse. I'd pretend that she was too fast for me. Then suddenly, my dad swung open the front door, carrying grocery bags. I got to see my niece run into the bathroom, but I slightly was distracted by my dad. "Go outside and help your brothers bring groceries," he said. I replied, "Sure." I went into the bathroom for my niece, and that's no place for a toddler. There's a toilet and a trash can. She wasn't even there. She must have come out in the second I distracted my dad or something, I thought. I looked for her, called her name, didn't see her. My brother walks in with more grocery bags. Uh-oh, door's open, I think to myself. Maybe she walked out while I was looking for her in the living room. I walk outside, and I didn't see her in the front garden, not on the side garden. Back to the patio, garage, or driveway, and perhaps back inside. She can't be that fast. She's a toddler. I thought this as I was starting to panic, and my brother yells, "Hey, come help us." Then I noticed that they didn't park inside the property, but outside in the sidewalk. Gates open. What if she got out and no one saw? I thought. Okay, time to come clean and recruit help. I run outside and, "Hey, have you seen little Laura?" My brother, "Yeah, she's in the car." I see her sitting in her car seat. They must have seen her walk out, put her in the seat to stay there while they bring groceries, I deduced. gotta come clean that it was I that was supposed to watch after her, and I didn't want them to blame Mom. But I helped them with the groceries first. A bit later, it was lunchtime. We all sat at our dining room table, babies in a high chair. I addressed the elephant in the room. Hey, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for letting the baby out. I was looking after her, but in a micro distraction, she went outside. When was this? Asked my sister-in-law. Today. Today? At what time? When you arrived from the market with groceries. She walked outside and just sat her in a car seat. She went outside by herself? Like to the sidewalk? Everybody starts freaking out. That's kind of understandable, to be honest. I said, yeah, luckily you were outside to catch her and sit her in your car seat. Sister-in-law, wait, today before we left to go to the market? No, today when you got back from the market, because that's when I was watching her. No, she was always in the seat. We took her to the market with us. We agreed that we would never leave her alone with your mom, so we didn't. The conversation continued to basically establish a timeline, and they all went to the market and took my little niece with them. My mom stayed and cooked, and I got home, and then they returned home still with the baby. I felt relieved I wouldn't have to confess to losing my niece, but was equally confused. Everyone supported my sister-in-law's story, and it was not a prank. Even my mom said that she was in the kitchen and was not with the baby at all. If it's true that my niece was not home at all that time, then who was I even babysitting? Who drank the juice and ate the cereal? Who was the baby I was with? Perhaps it was my imagination, or maybe a weird mental episode due to whatever, but I'm 42 now, and if it was in my head, well, I've never had an episode with visions like that ever, neither before or even after that time. To this day, I still get a bit of the heebie-jeebies when I think of this. Through years, my brother had claimed ghost activity in that house. From poltergeist to shadows, whispers and noises, and strangers in the house. If you'd like, I can share more stories. None of us live there anymore, but the spooky memories remain. Maybe I'm paranoid, but I think something is happening. So I'm a relatively open-minded person. However, with a background in space studies and physics, I tend to lean towards rational and scientific thinking. Never experienced anything paranormal myself, so I never really saw any merit. But something weird is going on in my house. I have a 2-bedroom apartment. I live alone, but I have a large dog and a cat. Recently, 2 weeks ago, I was sitting on my couch watching TV. Out of nowhere, I got this really sick feeling in my stomach. I don't know, like dread or fear. As if I was being watched or not alone. I don't know. I chalked it up to paranoia and just went upstairs to go to sleep. I woke up with the same feeling. I went to work, and when I get into my car, the feeling was gone. Everything was normal. I had a great day. But right when I got home, I felt the same sick feeling. Every time I enter my house, now I have this heavy pit in my stomach, but there's more. I lock my doors religiously, but every morning I wake up, my front door is just unlocked. It keeps happening. I even went as far as to film myself locking my doors religiously with my phone, so I knew I wasn't crazy. When I woke up, the door was unlocked once again. Well, this week my dog and my cat stopped playing. Can't even get my dog to wag her fucking tail. She lays in her corner, but at night she goes down into my kitchen, but the front door and just barks and barks until I go up and check downstairs and then return to a random corner. Last night I found my breaking point. I went to sleep wearing the same sweats I do, and when I woke up I wasn't wearing them. I found them folded in my drawer. Tonight I'm wearing the same pants, hoping I wake up wearing them. I don't know what's happening. It's to the point where I'm actually posting on Reddit for suggestions. I don't know if it's environmental or paranormal or if I'm just going crazy. I've never experienced any of this before. If you have experienced any of this, please help. I take no medication and I have 2 CO detectors installed per my landlord. Carbon monoxide. I woke up again to my dog barking and the door was unlocked and water was on my floor. Still have the same feeling. I'll be figuring out cameras today and updating everyone. Talk to the bar owners across the street. They have a security camera pointed directly at my front door. I explained the situation with my locks and the water. They said they didn't have time to check the camera. Called the police, explained to them every night my door is unlocked when I wake up and I'm worried somebody may be entering. I said that there's a camera at the bar. They went and spoke to the owner and checked the footage. They said the footage didn't show anyone entering or exiting the house, and then they left. Reviewed footage from me sleeping last night since people thought sleepwalking. I caught some disturbing shit. Posted in the comments. I think something unsettling happened. I'm following all your advice, and I left home, staying at a friend's house for the night. Been a really rough day today and tonight. Came home from my friends and everything in my kitchen and living room was knocked over. My couch was tipped over, a coffee table moved against my wall, shelves were thrown with items, doors unlocked. My dresser units were emptied and thrown all over my room. The feeling is back. Of course, I walked inside and I'm here for the night. Feels worse now than it ever did. I'm leaving my front door unlocked tonight. At least that's one thing that won't shock me when I wake up. Left my furniture, tables, and shelves exactly where they are. Thrown pretty much everywhere. I'm not fucking dealing with it, I'm just done. The doom and fear feeling is worse than ever. Last night I left my door unlocked. And that's because what's the point? Well, woke up at around 2:30 a.m. to my dog barking and the door was locked. My kitchen sink was running. I called my mother. I haven't really spoken to her in a very long time. She's a Wiccan, though. She said that I need to cleanse the home, whatever that means. She's arriving today. I had somebody over today to cleanse the apartment. She used sage and opened all my windows, put lines of salt around the house and doorways. And I'm not going to lie, it seemed really silly. I don't really know, I can't explain what's happening, but at this point I'm pretty much open to anything. I don't feel good. The fear is now a numbing fucking wave. Any joy I had months ago is gone. It's like, what's the point? I'm either going crazy or something dark is happening. Either way it's going to go however it goes, right? Nothing feels different after this quote-unquote cleanse. I just can't shake the feeling that if I'm not crazy, then something wants to hurt me, if not for myself. Woke up around 2:30. Felt like I was being choked or something was sitting on my chest. I heard thumps going up my steps at the same time. I couldn't get up. I thought paralysis, but my legs and my arms could move. I just couldn't get up. Once I could, I put my animals in my car. Door was unlocked again. Called my friend who I stayed with a couple of days ago, and I asked if I could stay over again, and guess what? He said I never came over. Called him a couple of days ago and asked, but never showed up. Seeing a doctor today. Either what's happening is affecting me mentally or everything happening was in my head. But the pictures, the door, I don't fucking know. Given recent events, I think it's important to follow every rational choice first. After speaking with a professional, I've decided to voluntarily check myself into a mental health evaluation center. I know a lot of people think ghosts or hauntings or intruders, but given the fact that my friend said I never even went there, I thought I did. I need to make sure this isn't some increased delusion like me unlocking my door or me throwing furniture and stuff around, hearing banging that isn't there, and my vibes affecting my pets. I feel so much better having left my home, though. I don't think I'm crazy. If it's really a mental health issue, it'll be addressed. And the same stuff will be happening to me tonight. If it's not, and I'm cleared, then it's something dark in my home. I've received a lot of messages from you guys, and I'll reply to them when I can, but I'll be away for maybe a couple of days. I spent the last almost 2 days in a mental health center, voluntarily being talked to. I was assessed and monitored. While away, I had no issues, no bad feelings, no weird occurrences. They released me and said to follow up with a normal therapist. So I explained my situation, well, sort of. She said that there might be someone entering my home, but whatever's happening doesn't seem connected to my mental health. I had a friend stay here last night to watch my animals. He left in the middle of the night. He said that he had the worst feeling and kept hearing, as he put it anyways, weird fucking noises. That was especially in the living room. I returned home and the feeling is back. Furniture's everywhere again and my dog was under my bed. I feel better knowing I'm not delusional, especially after the fact that I never even stayed with my friend, as they put it, even though I thought I did. But now I'm even more unsure. Sitting here, I'm just realizing I didn't solve my problem and I'm still here alone, feeling dread. Noises are increasing. Usually my dog will run over and she hears a noise, but she hasn't moved from the corner of the stairs. I had to bring her food to her. There's also the weirdest smell in my home, almost rotten. Maybe my dog got into something, my friend cooked something, but he hasn't texted back. It's very noticeable. Left the furniture thrown around, and again, what the fuck is the point? Thinking about setting up another iPhone recording tonight, but I'm honestly terrified about what might be seen. Checked my heaters, everything's working. I set it to 75. Yet my room, the only seemingly safe space, is cold. My dog is curled up with me, just staring at the steps. The bangs are continuing. The door is still locked. But the downstairs closet continues to open. Maybe a bad hinge or lock. Don't feel so good. The smell's making me angry. I feel physically sick. This Reddit post is the only thing I have that makes me feel like a difference can be made. I feel like I could honestly just cry or give up. I don't feel normal. I haven't felt normal the last month. But the constant fear makes me feel, lost, or at least, I don't know. I just want you all to know I appreciate how you guys tried to help me, but I don't know how long I'll last. I woke up around 2 or 3. Cold. Same feeling. Weird thumps up the steps. Who was we? But nothing was holding me down. Lights were off and the TV was off, which I always keep on now. I go to get up to turn them on, and I'm dragged from my bed in an instant. Smacked my head on the post, scratches down the side of my rib cage. Slept the rest of the night in my car. Today I'm calling the same person who cleansed a couple of days ago to find out if there's anything I can really do. Got home to everything thrown around again. My dog was under my bed. Door unlocked, water all over my kitchen floor. The smell from yesterday is getting worse. Like something is rotten. Fucking tired of this. Found a possible place to move, and we'll update tonight with any new events. Shit pretty much happens every night, and now I'm being physically messed with. Getting dragged out of bed last night honestly makes me want to just not fucking be here. Yeah? The fear's worse. My drive home from work is filled with dread, and I think about sleeping in my work's parking lot. I can't with my pets. Hotels are too much money. Barely scrape by as it is. Every night I'm here, I feel like it's going to be my last. Okay, I'm going to invest in actual cameras. I got up from bed and went to my bathroom. After washing my hands, I was pushed into my sink mirror, shattered right after I heard a loud thumping down my steps. I'm honestly in disbelief right now. It happened, but I feel numb. tried going over some old social media videos I made a couple of days ago about my space channel. Caught the weirdest noise. Anybody know what I can upload this video with? I'd really like your opinions. For the people saying I need to leave, I know I found a place. It'll take me a while to get the money together for it, and no, I'm not going to go to a shelter. I gotcha. I know you want to see me set up cameras everywhere and post videos, but no offense, I know what I'm going through. I posted things I've caught, and I'm not going to blow money just to show you stuff to look at. This isn't for everybody, but there's a couple of people in the comments saying, "Why are you avoiding it?" And they keep asking me. Packed my animals up after work, and we spent almost all day at State Park. Just parked, heat blasting. Because I have a cat, landlord just called me and said that the neighbors next door called him to complain about constant banging on their wall today. I told him I haven't been home since early this morning. Apparently, the neighbor said I was like hammering on their wall throughout the day. My apartment's the only connected apartment, and he said it may be plumbing, and he said he'll send somebody to check their pipes. No, I know what it fucking is. My heart's pounding. Well, I found a place not far from my job. Going to try to move in as soon as possible. Since I'm violating my current lease, I'll lose my security deposit. I can cover about half the move-in cost, and I made a GoFundMe for the remaining costs so that way I can leave as quick as possible. No one's expecting to donate, though. I appreciate the ones who already have. The people on this thread kept saying to post one and let people help, and I am taking your advice so I can get myself and my pets out as soon as possible. Either way, I appreciate the support that you've shown with the suggestions and just ears to listen to the problem. I got home, my house is a mess, and there's 2 hand-sized holes in my wall. The one that connects to the neighbors, I guess that's what they were hearing. There's water all over my floor, a couch flipped over. The dog was happy for a while today, but right when we got back home, ears and tail down and ran right into the corner to lay down. I highly doubt I'll sleep tonight. Every time I do, something weird happens, and now it's been more physical than anything. The banging hasn't happened since I got home. Just the sound of something walking up the steps, or at least creaking on them. The closet door keeps opening. Going to try to get it on film, and honestly, documenting makes it easier to feel like I'm being proactive, but I don't know. I haven't been touched yet. I thought you said something grabbed you and threw you around. I fell asleep finally, despite the noises. I woke up again feeling like I was being held down. I could turn my neck and move my arms and legs, but I couldn't get up. I could barely breathe. Heard my front door open and banging in the kitchen at the same time. I don't know how long, but no more than 5 minutes. Finally got up and ran downstairs. My door was wide open. Dog ran outside. Finally got her after an hour or so. She was just hiding behind the dumpster in my parking lot. Tried to go back in, but of course door was locked. Climbed through my window, and when I got in, all my sinks were running. TV was on the floor broken. Went to my bathroom and noticed I have scratches on my neck and on my face. Packed up my animals and slept in my running car. Can't wait to leave this fucking hellhole of a nightmare. I got a lot of stuff to say about this, but I'll try not to. My mental state seems to be changing. The doom is still there, but honestly, sadness is a new symptom. I keep having these really weird thoughts, almost like memories. But not my memories, like guilty for things I haven't even done. I don't know, I'm starting to feel really confused or not myself, or I don't even know. I'm gonna go lay down, wearing headphones so I can't hear any noises. I woke up to the worst banging noise on my door. Went down, looked through the blinds. The door was unlocked, nobody was outside. I have motion lights on the porch, so I think the banging was coming from the inside of the door. About every 10 or so minutes since, it's been a loud fucking banging sound. I didn't go back to sleep, and that was around 2 a.m. My cell phone has been dying constantly, along with my Switch. I have to keep them on the charger to use them. TV's broken since the last event, so now it's all I have. Invited my friend to stay with me for a day or two and film and make sure things are good, and he refused. Since watching my pet that one night, he refuses to come back into my house. I've been staying at my friend's place for a few nights, finally returning home tomorrow, unfortunately. The pets and I aren't too excited, but I'll update everyone. Sorry about my absence. I was staying with a friend. I returned home yesterday. Everything was a mess. Water was covering my floor, and I called my landlord explaining everything, and they said, "It's an old apartment, things don't work, we can check some stuff out though." It really didn't help at all. I decided to take a shower before cleaning, and while in my shower I heard something running up my steps that led to my bathroom. I freaked the fuck out when my bathroom door slammed open. I looked out the shower, and holy shit, through the steam in the bathroom I saw something. A figure, or I don't know. Put my head back in the shower and I looked down, and I didn't even know what to do. Dog starts growling, started to scream loud as hell. Looked out, she was backed into the corner with her head pinned against the ground, like she was being held down. Jumped out of the shower, grabbed her, and we got up and just cowered behind me. I didn't see anything there still. Caught my breath, started to get dressed. As I went to walk out of the bathroom, I felt something grabbing my neck, like grabbed my fucking neck. It pulled me forward, and right down the stairs I went. Broke 2 fingers during the fall. While at the hospital, I convinced the owner of the new apartment to let me move in with what I had. I explained it was a dangerous situation. Grabbed my shit in literally 10 minutes and moved into the new apartment. My old landlord called and said the police were at my apartment because the neighbors called saying somebody was being attacked. I told them I moved and I'll no longer be at that location. Apparently, the landlord said that they could enter, and they were so creeped out by the vibes they actually told the landlord there's something wrong there. They found no one. But my dog, cat, and myself already feel so much better. Fuck that place. Been a while, guys. I've been fully set up in my new place for a couple of weeks now. I feel so fucking great. Pets are back to normal, no dread feeling, and honestly, would have moved away if it wasn't for all of you. You were such an important sounding board, and thank you so much. Feel free to reach out, and you guys literally are the best. If you guys ever want to actually see the content I make, check me out on platforms under Brian in Space. Physics and space videos. I've been back to making my content because I feel so much better. Thank you. I'm still unsure of what was happening. Maybe paranormal, maybe a gas leak. The detectors never showed anything. I don't know. But this experience has opened my eyes. As embarrassing as it is to say, multiple people donated money, like $180 to move out. Since would lose my security deposit and live alone, and to those people, you're the best. Even that little bit helped me work out a deal for the place I'm in now. Not much money in education, but if I can ever give back, just let me know. Saved by a familiar voice. For years, since I was young, I'd always told my family that I was never going to grow old. As I grew up, I would become more specific with my family. I would say things like, "Honestly, I don't think I'll ever live to see 40. Followed by, "I don't know why, but I feel deep down like I'm going to die in a freak accident." My mother would always tell me not to say such things and don't talk like that. I would just shrug it off and move on with my life. December 2019, I became very sick and was bedridden and could barely even stand. My mother, who had COPD, had come to check on me. I don't remember this at all, but I was told by my now husband, who was present at the time, that said interaction. 2 days later, my mom had caught my severe chest infection and ended up in the hospital herself. 4 days after that, Christmas Day, finally on the mend myself, I Went to see her in the hospital, at which point I was told by the doctor that my mom was never coming home. We needed to start making decisions and arrangements. That's horrible. December 31st at 2:42 a.m., my mother passed away. All these years later, I can still hear her banging on the shared wall with her cane in the middle of the night, signaling that she couldn't breathe and needed help. My husband hears them too. Here's where it gets odd. 8 months later, almost to the day of her passing, I was standing outside barbecuing dinner. I kept hearing a dripping sound. I look all around and see nothing. I asked my husband if he could just run into the house and make sure none of the air conditioners were leaking to the house or anything. And if they were, just turn them off and we'd deal with it after dinner. Moments after, he went inside, and while singing along to the Bluetooth speaker, I thought I heard what sounded like a woman yell my name. I hit the pause button and I looked around and listened. Nothing. I shrugged it off and focused on the barbecue at hand. Not even 3 seconds later, I swear I heard my mother's voice yelling, "Fucking move!" I took half a step to my right, and within a second, an air conditioner hit the ground with a deafening, clattering thud, right where I was just standing, close enough that it grazed my leg on the way down. I stood there, frozen in fear and in shock, as my then-fiancé came running downstairs screaming, asking if I was okay. He ran up to me, shook me to snap me out of it, asking if I was okay, and I stood there staring at the mangled mess of what used to be an air conditioner. I very calmly sat the flipper down on the edge of the barbecue and just walked through the house out the front door and broke down. Called my friend, who knew various, quote-unquote, predictions I've had. Ones that have come true. She points out that one night during a girls' night, I had just said that I would die in a freak accident one day. And when they would look at me skeptically and say, "Oh yeah? Like what?" rolling their eyes. My response was, "I don't know, like an air conditioner falling on me or something." Believe me, I remember all those conversations with vivid detail. She then joked that she was avoiding me for a while to make sure some Final Destination shit wasn't coming after me. Accidentally got her. To this day, I can still hear my mother's voice telling me to move. I'll be turning 40 in 3 months. I've yet to have another feeling regarding my own demise. I believe that one. Six to 8 feet and 20-foot shadow beings, face to face. Location: New Zealand, Hawke's Bay, Hamona Beach. Time: 12:10 a.m., 26th of December. Me, my 2 friends, and I'm going to call them N1 and N2, were sitting in my car. I'm going to call them Nick and Nate. In the front passenger, and Nate's in the back left seat. First, I notice what looks like 3 or 4 headlights on strobe mode just trickling along the beach. I think it must be people, so I don't raise attention to Nick and Nate, who are scrolling on their phones. I start to notice it's very hard to see what's actually holding these square, very bright lights. And all of a sudden, out of thin air, more lights appear. A lot fucking more lights. 40 or 50 at least. They've now spread, put well across the beach. I also notice that there's figures which look like a 3D shadow of a humanoid in cult-like robes with pointy sort of hats. With no face, there is black all the way up, roughly 6 or 8 feet tall. At this point, I can't believe my eyes. I'm freaking out with thoughts of confusion, fear, and anxiety. I turn to Nick and I say, "Bro, look, can you see that?" Nick and Nate look up from their phones. I start flashing my high beams onto the beach, and as my light shines through the somewhat dusty, misty air, we see the entire beach swarmed with these beings. These smaller ones seem to be accompanied by 2 beings of the exact same shape as the other ones, but they're the size of light posts. One is positioned roughly 10 meters away, the other is near the shore, and collectively we start to panic. Nick says, "What the fuck is that? A fucking cult? Wait, what the fuck is that?" Strange. I thought, where did all these people come from? Is it a cult? No, wait, but they have no legs, no faces. My headlights just cut through these creatures. What is going on? I could just see straight through them to the caves crashing into the shore. And now, as I'm flashing, it seems I've gained the small one's attention. They're flashing small rectangular and extremely bright white lights where their hands should be at the back of the car. After that thought had finished, I went to lock the doors out of a blind fear. Simultaneously, the two tall ones' lights snapped to the car, and I just dropped the lights for the last time to go to reach the keys, and that's when we see them all stop flashing any light. Their overwhelming presence. This 50, 60, 6 or 8 foot tall beings, ominously and strangely dark, floating in a congregation 2 feet off the ground with like two 20-foot beings leaned over them. They were towards us from the back of the group. I inched forward to the keys. The small ones swarmed the car in like a single-file circle that speeds like a flock of birds flying past you in a blur. We're all frozen stiff in fear and in shock. As they stop moving after circling us, I look out my driver's window and stare and really face to face with this one of these 20-foot beings. It's completely black with a face like a KKK hood. It's all the way up, hence why we thought cult. Understandable. I look to my left to get somebody to see what I was seeing on my right side, but Nick is staring at the other 20-foot being in his window, and Nate is looking at it too through his own window. I look back to my right and it's gone. Look to my left and it's now Nate's window, and I can see both beings looking into my car at them. This lasted maybe 20 seconds, all the way after they just had us surrounded. Suddenly, one of the tall ones teleports instantly from Nate's window, 30 meters away, to a public toilet. I can see this through my rear view, and out the back window. The beings puts his 2 or 3 meter long arm out in thin air and seems to open a portal like a white door of pure light. The other 20-foot being then teleports somewhere to the front left of the car and seems to give the small ones an order to assemble at his feet. Then the one in the bathroom seems to silently order them as well, because they fly at inhuman speed straight past the windows of the car and in a single file line from the front left of the car to where the bathroom portal was. Then they fly into it. The 2 tall beings enter the portal, and when it seems to be closing, 2 or 3 sets of the lights from the start rush into the grass and the tree area in front of the bathroom. We're scared little teenage boys freaking out like we all had seen the same ghost at this point, so I turn the keys, I slam the car in gear, we leave the beach. Getting onto 80 kilometers per hour that leads back to the north. Excuse me, computer glitch. Havelock North. I'm doing 50, and we frantically confirm between the 3 of us what we saw. Then we process the event and the encounter. We all notice a set of lights is quickly approaching us from behind, which is strange because we should have seen the car where we were at. It was a one-way in, one-way out type of a road. It came suddenly around a bend behind us, naturally even. I decided to pull over, let the car pass. It's a strangely beat-up but shiny green old Corolla box-looking car with oddly white headlights. It doesn't indicate, but it's slowly passing us. Then does a speed a car could do and disappeared behind another bend. After we get around that same bend, there's the same set of lights on the opposite side of the road coming toward me. Think I'm paranoid because we're all kind of still panicked and confused. But oddly enough, as I mentioned the light in the front, Nick and Nate, just without any input, mentioned seeing the car that just passed us lights in the distance behind us. The entire way until we reached town, the lights never got further or closer. It was when we came around a few slow bends that we lost sight of the lights in front. We pull over onto some random people's lawn to collect ourselves and again try to confirm what we all witnessed. Then, maybe 2 minutes after we all stepped out into the stretch of just breathe, we see that set of lights coming out our way. But it was slowly circling around about 100 meters from us, and it's the green Corolla box car thing. Then, from the right corner comes another car of the exact same shape, but it's black and gray or even maybe silver. They do another loop of the roundabout together and head out to where they came. I also have a report about maybe communicating with them in more details that I think I felt. Or maybe I thought maybe a spirit, but I didn't really feel spiritual. Maybe a jinn or even fourth-dimensional being. I think that the most because it's really, what rationally describes a 3D shadow to me. Part 2. Okay, this is another layer of weird. I noticed well before my friends, but it wasn't because I could see anything at the start. It was just a normal beach. I think that I could feel the place that they had come from. What they entered, though, is a different door to what they exited from near the bathrooms. Less like a door on hinges and more like a literal rip in the fabric of space and time. This rip had a presence like opening a window and feeling what I want to call a breeze of some kind. Not the wind kind. Like experiencing a very uncomfortable but calm G-force. Anyways, I could recognize that as some kind of movement, so that's what pulled my eyes from the shore to the left of the car. Another thing to add about is when they first appeared. They came out from underneath one of the 20-footer's arms. I've been comparing like this relentlessly to anybody who'll listen. It's like a teacher opening school gates on a trip some kind onto like a beach, and all these curious, excited, happy children came into the beach and looked like they're searching the beach looking at rocks and shells. Another thing, when they were somewhat what is this word? Congregated. You double congregated there. In front of the car and flashed their lights back at us while we were flashing high beams, and in that moment I felt absurd senses of curiosity, though, and wonder in what felt like faces of school children staring, smiling, and laughing. But these vibes, for lack of a better term, feelings, were always exuded by the shorter ones. It's strange that I felt that I should be some sort of friend, even though I was scared shitless. The two 20-foot beings stared in our direction with such an overwhelming amount of fear, disdain, confusion, surprise, and concern. I felt like they were very scary teachers catching me smoking at school. After dropping the high beams for the last time, the curiosity and wonder disappeared instantly. The air went stiff. The cold that we were fear-frozen. When they had us surrounded and the two tall beings who were looking in gave more overwhelming emotion of, "Why are you here? What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you a threat? Are you in the way? Is action necessary?" I truly believe this is how they processed the interaction, with feelings of, wow, who are these guys and why are they here? People aren't usually here when we do this. What do they want? Seems they aren't obstructing us in any way. We have an objective. Can't waste any more time. Go, go, go. Go to the portal. I believe that they were using an empathy system to communicate. Or telepathy. It was hard to understand, though, because people think thoughts and then feel feelings, and our feelings aren't always accurate and coherent. It was like they could make you feel what they felt. Oh, okay. And could feel what you felt. We are a mind and a vessel that feels emotions, but they were both. Their thoughts, actions, and emotions were all just one. I say this because when I locked the door, I locked it because I thought and felt cold, attack, defend. I'm unsure if it was a coincidence, but that was the moment that we were surrounded. I didn't get much after that except for it feeling like all the small ones were called to attention somewhere near the left of the car and then called to move into the portal behind us, and like they were gone into thin air again. Another thing with the portal behind us was that when it was opened, I didn't feel the same energy rushing toward me and collecting around me. It felt like it was rushing past me, like standing in a breezy corridor with 2 open doors. I truly think that I could feel where they were going. I'm not sure where or what it was, but I could feel something, and it was different from where they came from. Should I be concerned? Howdy. Normally, I consider myself fairly logical and a man of science. I don't really believe in any religion. However, I keep myself open as I simply haven't found one I agree with or like. The concern I bring you today is the relation to shadow people, or as I've referred to them as peekers. I don't know when it first started, as for the longest time I couldn't distinguish them between the shadows of the room and them. But definitely by the age of 6 or 7, I've seen this tall figure, maybe 8 or 9 feet tall, peering at me from open doors, over the edges of large solid objects, like separating a wall or a bed. This has been an occurrence for the past 16 years now, almost every other week. I've referred to them as peekers, as that's really all they do. They'll just stand there staring at me until I actively acknowledge them, at which point they'll just get this deer in the headlights kind of a stun for a few seconds before darting behind a corner or behind something and disappearing. They don't do anything outright harmful. They tend to just be creeps just staring at me while I'm on the couch doing dishes, trying to sleep on the computer, etc. The reason why I bring this up is now because my dog saw it and started whimpering today. It's made me terrified. I'll gladly answer any questions about my experience, and I thank you for all my information that you can give me. Did a ghost use our walkie-talkies? My daughter, who's 11, really pushed me to share this story here. So please be nice to her. You got it. We've experienced some paranormal activity like lights and fans coming on and off. Toys and electronics doing the same. But yesterday morning, a much creepier moment happened. I have a 2-year-old child as well as my 11-year-old. We were all in the living room listening to music on the TV. My daughter was recording my son dancing. In the background of the music, I kept hearing a bloop, followed by a psh sound. I asked my daughter if she heard it too, and she said yeah. At this point, we stopped the music and could hear the walkie-talkie button being pushed and released over and over again. Both of my kids were sitting in the front of me. Neither of them had the walkie-talkie, but one of them was on the counter. They were both turned on because they had been playing with them earlier in the morning. My daughter and I started looking for the second walkie-talkie, the one that was making the sounds. I was getting progressively nervous because the sound started happening much faster after I yelled out, "Please stop." We heard a woman's voice scream help. We found the walkie-talkie under the couch just sitting there. Nothing else was touching it or near the button at all. My daughter wanted to ask me here if there was any, maybe an idea or a reason why this happened or what it means. I know walkie-talkies can pick up on other frequencies, so I wasn't so alarmed by the voice. However, the button being pushed repeatedly by itself really scared us. And these are brand new walkie-talkies, meaning no dirt trapped in the button or making it stick. My son got them a day before this happened. Now I often end up alone during the night, and if anybody can tell me ways to stop the activity, I'd really appreciate it. I have anxiety, and I get afraid sometimes to even go into the kitchen by myself at night. Can't say for sure that it's a mean thing or a nice one and hasn't done anything overtly negative, but just knowing something is in here really troubles me. My son has a speech delay and can't speak in full sentences, but he keeps telling me, "Ghost, room." So I would naturally go in to check. I obviously didn't see anything, but then he told me, "Ghost, boo-boo, and Band-Aid." That was alarming as hell too, because he doesn't watch anything scary, and I'm certainly not telling him any ghost stories. I don't exactly know what I think for sure about all of this, but I guess intuitively I feel something's probably here. Something tugged on my hair while I was sleeping beside my brothers. For the record, this happened 10 years ago when I was 6 years old, and I'm female. My brothers and I used to sleep in the same room. The bed was placed on the edge of the room against the wall, and the three of us slept on the side where the bed wasn't touching the wall. In other words, on the opposite side. For context, the room was very small. One night, my siblings and I were sleeping as usual. The only difference was that I was woken up by something gently tugging on my hair. As soon as it happened, I woke up almost immediately. I looked to my right and I saw my twin brother asleep. I looked to my left and my older brother was also asleep. Confused, I glanced in front of me. What I saw was a black figure with spiky hair slowly lowering to the ground. And when I say black, I don't mean race-wise. The thing was entirely black. So much so that I couldn't see its face, if it even had one. The spiky, well, quote-unquote hair is something I'm still unsure about to this day. I don't know if it was actually hair, but it was definitely spiky. The closest thing I can compare it to is to 2012 emo-style hair. That's what I thought of. As for the lowering to the ground part, imagine somebody entering an elevator going down, but instead of the doors closing, you can still see them. Like any typical 6-year-old, I screamed bloody murder. My mom came running into the room and I was too scared to look at the ground, afraid that the figure might still be there. But when I finally looked again, it was gone. I tried to tell my mom what I had seen, but I was too scared to say it out loud, fearing that I might speak it into existence. I had this irrational snitches get stitches mindset. I was terrified I'd get more than a hair tug next time. I feel ya. A week later, I tried to tell my teacher, but of course nobody believed me, and I don't blame anyone for not really believing me, but as a child, it was just a terrifying experience. For years after that, up until I was around 12 to 14, I was too scared to sleep with my hair down at the edge of the bed. Now, at 16, I can confidently sleep with my hair down, but I still can't bring myself to sleep on the edge of the bed. One creaky step at a time. My wife and I both experienced a ghost on the 22nd. We moved into this house built in 1890, about 3 years ago. And every once in a while, we would hear unusual sounds that we would joke as being ghosts. But we would always just shrug our shoulders and then we would forget about it. However, one time in particular really scared the shit out of me. My wife and I were watching TV and I got up to head to bed upstairs. She said that she'd be right behind me. I laid down with my back away from the door and was scrolling on my phone. I heard footsteps walking to the bedroom. I felt the bed compress and knew my wife was beside me. Just a few seconds later, I hear the kitchen sink downstairs turn on and some dishes cling together. My adrenaline instantly shot up and I whipped my arm over to see what was next to me, and in the bed, it was just empty. Despite this being a really scary situation, enough time had gone by without any incident that I actually almost forgot it even happened. Until the night of the 22nd of December. My wife and I headed up to bed at around 11:30 p.m. I'd only been in bed for about 5 minutes. We suddenly hear one of our kids' indoor scooters shoot across the hardwood floor in our dining room, located at the bottom of the stairs. This wasn't the sound of a toy finally succumbing to gravity and freeing itself only to roll a few inches. This was the sound of someone either deliberately pushing the scooter or tripping over it in the dark, and therefore was not the type of sound that make you sit up and listen for more. This sound instantly made me and my wife shoot up and get out of bed and go for a gun. My wife and I cleared every square inch of that house, which is on the smaller side, about 12,000 square feet, 1,200 square feet. In desperate need of storage space, so there aren't too many places for someone to hide. Since we found nothing, we both went to bed and just shrugged it off. Not even a few minutes go by, and suddenly me and my wife both hear somebody coming up our fucking stairs. Clear as day, they weren't trying to be quiet about it either. We sat there for a brief time in disbelief. We looked at each other like, is this really happening? As they got closer to the top, my wife jumped out of bed with her arms up, just waiting to confront whoever was coming up the stairs. Had my gun accessible, so I grabbed it and ran toward her door, which is right next to the stairs, to try and confront whoever it was, because my daughter's room was right next to ours, and I didn't want whoever it was to walk right into their room. As I turned the corner to confront them, there's no one there. They sent me into a panic because there's a 0% chance that there wasn't someone going up those stairs. There would have been no way to make that noise and somehow disappear. From where the noise was, I should have been able to face it. I'm also extremely familiar with every single noise in my house. Every step has a unique squeak, and since I work from home with 2 kids, I'm very familiar. Because my house is so small, you can hear anything from any of the rooms. If someone somehow instantly ran back down the stairs, I would have heard them navigating the house. My wife and I didn't hesitate. We thoroughly cleared the house again. We debated calling the police, but we didn't want to sound like quacks. So we did what we went back to, and we just laid in bed. Our adrenaline was through the roof still, but this time we decided to close the baby gate at the top of the stairs. We figured if somebody really was in the house, at least we'd be able to hear them obviously trying to get through the gate. About half an hour, I hear a noise coming from my office, which is across the hall. I got up and approached my door, and I heard a loud-ass noise coming from the room. Ran back to my room and got my wife. Flung open the door, and the exhaust fan on my laser cutter, which I haven't used in 6 months, was turned on to max setting. As was my dog. This has never happened before in the almost 5 years I've owned it. These 3 back-to-back incidents turned me into a believer. It's what made me remember all the other weird noises that we heard at the time. And here is the final what the fuck moment for me. I decided to look up when the incident happened, and when I felt something next to my bed, I don't even know what I was expecting to find. It was more of a curiosity. It happened exactly 1 year prior, December 22nd of 2023. We have slept like dog shit ever since. We constantly hear unusual noises, but I don't know if it's us freaking ourselves out or if it's something more. We have had other explained things happen, but since it seems to be dying down, my wife sagged the house, and we're not those types of people. We're considering getting a priest to bless the house. When this shit happens to you in real life, it's terrifying. If this is something that happens every year, I really want to be prepared for next December. Give me some suggestions, and I'll treat it like an experiment. See ya.